coaches. Then there was this weird obsession with me for whatever reason, which I always, part of me felt flattered. The other part was like, I don't know, I get it. There's far more interesting people than that. But the biggest reason why I would complain about it was that I was trying to set a standard of like, hey, we're not recording it, and then he would come in and he would stream it. That being said, when Clubhouse decided to allow people to come on anonymously, my argument goes completely out the window because you have to assume that everything is being recorded because you can't kick anybody out. And so, like, I just surrendered this idea that what he's doing is wrong because now he's within terms of service. And so, while I don't change the fact that it was annoying as fuck, and he knows it. I've told him this to him probably a dozen times. But now it's a moot point. And if you come on Clubhouse, you now have to assume that not only is Clubhouse recording it, but that anybody could be streaming it or repurposing it for whatever the fuck they want. So I don't think anyone should assume privacy while they're on this app. And that's why I've kind of changed my tune about like, well, look, everybody knows the game. Everybody knows the game now. So if you don't want to be on this app, you don't want to be recorded, you don't want to be streamed, then don't come on the fucking app. And that's the only thing that's changed. But I want to flip that into a question for you, John. Do you feel that since Clubhouse has made this change and you can sit there anonymously, do you think that it's become better for you because of that fact that like there is no distinction between replay rooms on or off because everybody now knows it's recorded? Do you think it's gotten better or worse for you in terms of getting content?
In terms of gathering content and operations, it has made my life so much easier because I've been kicked from more rooms probably than anybody on this app of all time. And that's a lot of work to have to create a new burner, to create a fake profile, to sit in somebody's room, to live stream a boring conversation. So it has made it easier for me. But what's interesting is the initial reaction is, I'm going to kill this person. I'm going to go to his house. I'm going to call the police. Isaiah Goat said he called the cops twice on me. So the thing is, once they come to realize that their anger is futile and that this anonymous allows me to live stream them onto YouTube, and their complaints to YouTube aren't working anymore because a lot of people do file complaints against me on YouTube and it doesn't seem to be taking anything down anymore. But my point is, I think they just gave up. And I think that that's healthy on their behalf, not to be concerned that somebody is recording them, because truth be told, nobody's doing, committing crimes on here having these conversations.
Well, they kind of are.
Wait. I've been trying to jump in on this thing.
Let's just go back to it. Sorry. So you are putting yourself up for election as a congressman, wanting people to be able to trust you, yet you have a multitude of people who have every reason to distrust you because you choose to be able to record their voice, their thoughts, their feelings, their sharings, right, from an app without consent.
Yeah, but don't forget, I also share my thoughts, opinions, and I come on here and I'm very transparent about who I am. So if you think that voters can't trust me, maybe you're projecting and need to go look in the mirror yourself.
No, you're not transparent. That's a fucking lie. I'm going to call you out because you go into rooms as anonymous because people know very well that you're going to get kicked out if you come up with your real name. American Party is not your real name. Okay, it's John. You can get it yourself if you want. You can't bullshit it too. Okay, nice fucking try.
Hold on, Katie. Okay, hold on. Look, I think everybody's frustration with this is at this point misguided. If this conversation was happening before the app made the change, everybody would have the full right to be like, you son of a bitch, I didn't consent to this, I was in a room with no replays. But now that the app's done this, I think the app is telling everyone, like, dude, it's gonna get repurposed, and so if you don't like, if you're not okay with it, it's kind of like it's kind of like the CEO that gets caught on the kiss cam, right? It's like if you can't have an affair at the ball game, you just can't, or the concert, you just can't do it anymore. And so, hold on. Let me just land this point. was harassment, like to a certain extent, but all of that,
It is
all of
harassment.
but hold on,
It's
but now,
fixes on.
no, hold on. It was harassment, but now the app is saying that this content, when you speak of this content, that content is not yours. The app itself has it, and they have hold on. You know,
The functionality was, but the app hasn't. Yeah.
Rowan, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do that would stop somebody from doing this, and the app knows that. What the app has decided is what they want is people like John to record this, repurpose the content, whether it's streaming it or putting it somewhere else, because they're hoping. Don't interrupt me. What they want is they want people to notice it elsewhere, to go, where the fuck is this taking place at? So then they'll hopefully come to this app, which doesn't really work. But that's what the app is hoping for.
So can I just have a question for John? Hold on.
Doesn't really work.
Kitty, but I just had a question for John. So I see where you're streaming it, or I don't even know all the places, but in terms of any commercial value of it, ultimately, you know, if you were to take all of this and combine the highlights and try to sell it, any kind of network or any kind of you know, entity that would then be commercializing it is going to want consent from people. I mean, no.
Yeah, I mean that's so far down the line, Abby. I'm never gonna do that.
Can I finish? We did with the app, but what I'm saying is separate from what he has and what he's recording and what he's blasting on YouTube. If he ever tried to compile this and put this out there for
Abby, it's on YouTube. It's compiled already. You're describing what I'm doing.
You didn't let me finish.
It's not the new business, Abby, is YouTube. I mean, I know what you're saying,
John, let us finish. Be a gentleman.
but don't get so upset,
Suppose someone
Rohan.
wanted to put together the highlights of this and go to a Netflix and say, hey, I got this funny idea and I want to do a series and here it is and here's all these recordings. None of these commercial companies, like I'll use Netflix because it's the easiest
Abby, you
one.
probably never watched my low quality videos, okay? Nobody is
Can I
finish
finish
interested in
what
them.
I'm saying? They're gonna
Nobody's
require
interested.
consents from those they do on anything that they use where they have the public. You have to sign off. They have to have everyone who's in a scene signing off. So I'm just saying that aspect of it would be monitored or would be self-policed by any of these commercial ventures that you might be looking at.
Got it. And I'm not looking at them, but thank you. I'm running for Congress, so this is content for my constituents.
You guys, is anyone following what I'm saying? You have to sign releases.
But I'm saying, what if I'm a
They
billionaire
would
with that?
want your voice, they would want your voice released if they ever
So
try
I
to
would
this,
go
and then,
billionaire with Netflix, and I would go to Clubhouse, and I would say, did each and every one of these people that this guy John is supposedly giving clips from, just like on Instagram or let's say Facebook, where you can see people like their actual quotes of what they really said.
Just take note that nobody's gonna pay to listen to Chrissy, okay? Nobody's gonna pay to listen to you, Abby. Nobody's gonna pay to listen to Mojo. Nobody cares about these fucking conversations. I hate to break the bad news to you.
Abby says to Mojo about the
So why the hell would you bother like spending so much time year after year with 50 mobile phones for recording?
Do you want to come over here and do yoga in your underpants with me in the sun? Like, what do you want me to tell you, dude? I'm doing what I'm
I
doing.
would fucking prefer to be able to chew on broken glass than spend 5 minutes.
and
Listen,
I just
your
wanna say,
your anger management
guys-
problem is your problem. Deal with it.
Guys,
No,
I
it's
want to
not.
double
It's
check.
not in the slightest, okay? You can deflect from it if you want to check to do whatever question that I
What are you
asked
so
to
worried
say.
about? Is there a video of you saying something that you don't want people to know about?
John, relax.
I am relaxed. I'm just wondering how long you're gonna keep asking me the same question.
Hold on for a second. It's not an answer. As a potential politician, you're going to be required to be able to answer questions. How is it that you could expect constituents in your areas to be able to have a level of trust with you if you can't show the integrity there is a loophole within this app, absolutely. But the regulations that say.
Listen, I hate to break it to you. You're an Australian, not an American.
Okay, I get it. I hate to break this to you. There are terms and conditions that you are breaking, and you're effectively breaking trust with people. How do you
Really? So my constituents can learn what people are talking about?
How do you expect your constituents to trust you?
Go to my YouTube constituents and you can see how transparent I am versus this random person talking to me on the internet right now.
Yeah, he's gonna win you on that one.
Okay. You lost that one.
So I actually was gonna ask you, because someone, I don't know if you said this, like, people aren't committing crimes on here. People actually are committing crimes on here. There's some direct threats.
You're gonna want to have to take that one up with Mojo.
Let me finish. The same threat that we either hear verbally or they write in the chat, if they put on Twitter, they get investigated. And people have gone to jail for writing those things on Twitter.
That, John. Yeah.
I mean, I hear it.
Well,
see
I
it,
think I've recorded
and John,
criminal conversations
I know
on here,
more-
but
Jesus.
I just wonder sometimes, is it all just political?
Can I finish? There are direct threats. There are people that threaten other people with harm, with physical harm. That, again, some of the stuff that gets written directly in a chat or said, if it was on a social media platform like X, people have been investigated and gone to jail for doing that. That's why we're always recording these, when you see something like that. But to say that they're...
Oh, I know. I tag Cash Patel and Dan Bongino on X all the time.
It is absolutely not crime-free.
No, I agree. I've tagged Amir's room to Dan Bongino and Cash and FBI and CIA, and I say potential terrorists and definite terrorist supporters.
Yeah, I mean, I think that law enforcement is monitoring, I think law enforcement's monitoring more social media than people realize. That's been a priority now in this administration. Especially as they're looking at people's social media with respect to visas trying to come into the country. So it'll come back to bite some people in the ass, but I think that this app is under the microscope as well.
Yeah, but who
Look,
better
I just want to acknowledge something as well. Look,
I'm
I'm actually really glad that, John, you reported, take the opportunity to be able to record people in those rooms as well. I think that's a positive thing. On the negative side, though, however, when you realise it, like it or not, or choose to be able to acknowledge it for that matter, these rooms that are on here, conversations are held out in public. Whatever you say does go out there to most of these rooms. There are rooms, however, where now people feel stifled about really expressing themselves fully because they do know, right, that people like you exist.
Joe, I don't own this app, bro. Take it up with Clown House, not some random guy in Chicago doing yoga in his underpants.
I know, this is challenging. I get it.
I just want to quote Mojo. Who hurt you? Who hurt you?
The same type of benefit out of this app. Okay, and choosing the app. Not saying anything or even leave the app because of people like you. So well done.
Yeah, but have you ever looked at a recorded room, Rohan, and then saw Clubhouse come in? Like, if you listen to the replay, you'll see Clubhouse and it'll have a little hand. You know what I'm saying?
There are rooms that I come across where I can see they are being recorded, okay, and I have the choice as to whether to enter, whether to be part of the conversation, period.
But what I'm saying
That's
is
with
that
consent. I
that's
give
what you
consent for myself to be
consent.
recorded. Okay, there's
They
all that.
can't do it. What Mojo says, they've been doing it all along.
Hold on. Listen, here would be my worry, is that when you have people participating in these conversations, right? And some people, and I don't know why they would do this at this stage, Marshall, having real names attached to the profiles. So, John, when you record this, not only are you exposing the audio, but you'll show the photographs. Again, it's their choice to put it up there, and in some cases, their names. And when that happens, you're catching people Their intent in participating in this conversation is not to have it broadcast and streamed on YouTube. Now, again, I think in the world we live in now, where we have the anonymous accounts and you cannot even remove them, Clubhouse has signaled to us that they want this to happen. They want it to happen. This is not, it's intentional, because they could have, for monetization, they could have created all kinds of different tools that people would pay the $5 for or whatever it is. What they decided to do was create an option where people cannot remove people from the room that might be, eavesdropping or sharing information. And so Clubhouse is I think, John, you were an asshole when you were doing it against people's, wishes. Now Clubhouse is the asshole. I can no longer really hold John accountable for this when it's Clubhouse that's saying, hey, we want to incentivize this. And by the way, people are going to pay. They're going to pay to have the privilege to be able to share this, right? And so,
Rose.
I don't know, man. Right before they did that, this would be a much different conversation. John would have been removed from this room. We wouldn't be having a polite conversation, all that kind of jazz. But if Clubhouse is making those choices, and we make the choices to be here knowing what the rules are in Clubhouse, you can't then cry foul when people are doing what Clubhouse is enabling them to do. And the only thing I would ask you, John, is to consider maybe figuring out a way. You're a creative guy. Figuring out a way of, if you can expose people that are doing really bad shit, cool. But for the people that are just having a political conversation, and they left their real photograph and their real name, if there's a way that you could, I don't know, give some consideration to,
But you should be aware that the people who are watching my live streams are just random people all around the world who stumble upon a random conversation. They're just like Clownhouse users by extension.
This is true. You know who they also are? They're the people that have feuds with each other on Clownhouse that will go to your recordings that have been, saved in the cloud, and then they can listen to it, and then they can go weaponize it. I actually, at this point, I no longer see you as the bad guy in this whole thing. I see this as one of those scenarios where it was a misguided move by Clubhouse, and as such, people that are worried about being exposed on YouTube, they should think about whether they want to participate at all on this app, and if so, how are they going to engage?
But what,
if that changes,
Mojo? Why can't we just admit that we're all playing a word game? I have taken on the role of a central node. None of this is personal. If somebody has a problem with a recording I've made, you can message me and I will delete it if it bothers you that much. And I've always been pretty open about that. I'm on here all the time, talking all the time. If you want something deleted and you got it saved, send me the link and I will oblige.
Hold on. What's really interesting about this, though, is that I don't think there's anybody that has been targeted quite as much as I have by John. He has channels dedicated to my fictitious names. He's getting URLs, and he's setting up YouTube channels. He probably got email addresses in my fictitious name. It's like there's a lot of work that goes.
I know. Roger Mayhem the movie was a lot of work.
When it was brought to my attention at first, I was just like, this guy's fucking insane. What the fuck is he doing? And I will say this, I fired back, and John, why don't you tell him how many of your larger accounts got clipped off of this app because of my report?
Yeah, I just had another major big one with 1,500 friends get deleted yesterday because I insulted Mark, the atheist, when I asked him, what is a Homo sapien? But, yeah, I lost a lot of accounts.
Thank you.
I don't know if he left, but, yeah, I changed one of my names to Roger Mayhem because I realized, like, all of these accounts kind of condition us with your identity or your profile. So it's like Roger Mayhem has conditioned a lot of communication on this app. And when I realized it's just a role, it's a LARP that there is no Roger Mayhem. It's just a generic. It's a Pepe. It's an evergreen profile. I was like, oh, I'll be Roger Mayhem, and then shortly I got clipped. But the reason why they clip people here is so stupid because everybody who gets clipped can come right back. So
I got clipped. I got clipped for nothing, like next to nothing, and then literally it was getting mass reported. Like I've only been on the app for a month, and then they gave me my account. No, not only that, they gave me this account back. This is my original account. It was the feud between me and Ann. I got a bunch of on stage. So he would love to hear that. But yeah.
no, but I.
Wait, you and Ann got into a sparring on the app.
That wasn't season one. I'm an Android user, but yeah. It was the whole Second Amendment thing that she had a bunch of people like mass report me. You guys heard it because we didn't have replays at that point. But me and Ann are good friends. Like I love Ann. Like we laugh about it now. Rojo loves to bring it up. But then it became a thing. Before they had like a suspension period, and then after that, like a week suspension, and then they took their account. But now I don't even know if they do. You can basically say whatever you want. I've heard some of the most anti-Semitic things. I've heard some of the most, and hey, John, if you really want to know, get with me and I will give you the skinny on some of the theology rooms of the people to look out for and the things that are going to be up and coming. Because like I hear it. I hear a lot of shit that you're missing.
Up and coming? Are you kidding me? It's a bunch of depressed people just talking about nothing. Daniel Nero. Dude, that was fun as hell. Alright, we'll finish this up.
It's my game. It's my game. It's my game.
And not straight not to be able to report up. He's using it not with me. That's all.
Well, but it's an intentional loophole. They asked people on the app, hey, want to be a premium user? Well, the ability to be in a room where the person that created the room does not have the control to throw you out of the room. By doing that, Clubhouse has said to me that like, okay, anybody can be listening. Now, why they did that, I have no fucking clue. The only logical thing that comes to my mind is that they'll take the consequences of, people, that want to stream it or whatever. Maybe it was the easiest mechanical way to allow, let's say, press in without getting thrown out. Maybe the media wants to be in these rooms. Maybe
because people are clipping it anyways. They have to deal with those consequences regardless. Do you know how many takedown requests they get and how many reports they get? It must drive them crazy. They eliminated their fucking customer service department by doing this.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a frustrating experience. With the frustration for me was I used to tell people that came in the room, hey, look, unlike Monica will tell people, hey, recording is wrong. And I understood why Monica did that, because people accused Monica of stuff that she didn't say. So she wanted to have the replay to be able to say, look, I can play the replay for you. I never said any of that shit. Here's the context in which that came out. I took a different approach where I was like, and this was through trial and error, because I used to have replays on, and then I just recognized that, like, the conversations would be far more free-flowing if the replay was off. And so, because I would tell people, hey, the replay's on, people would feel safe that they could do that, and then my frustration was with people like John that would then record it and stream it, because it's like, well, shit, I'm not doing the recording of it, but somebody else is. It defeated the purpose of what I was, the environment I was trying to create. But now I don't get that argument. I don't have the luxury of that argument anymore, because Clubhouse has taken the tools away from me to stop that behavior. I pretty much know when we have anonymous people in this room who it is that's recording, and I can't do anything. If I go and click on the anonymous profile, it brings me to a thing that asks me if I want to pay to sign up. Well, let me
ask you a question. Here's a question for you. If, for whatever reason, Clubhouse chose to be able to reverse the decision to make anonymous unbootable, would you continue to, block individuals who are recording rooms without your consent?
I'm in a one-party state, so it doesn't matter whether I like it and recording me or not. I don't have a right to
So what is the question exactly? Would I block him if I could? Is that your question?
Clubhouse chose right, of allowing anonymous to be able to stay in rooms and disabling moderators to be able to keep them out. Okay, would you continue to block people who are recording and streaming rooms without people's consent?
I would, but I would also say that it's a game of whack-a-mole, and for every account that John had that I blocked, which was a non-trivial amount of accounts, I have to assume that he had at least 4 more than the one that I had blocked. So it's a game of whack-a-mole. In fact, there's a few people, and I won't name them, that are very good at identifying, oh, hey, that's John. They can't do it now. Now we just, assume that, the anonymous, down there with the fingernail is probably John. I think the one with the lips is maybe John. But it doesn't matter at this point, because the anonymous can't get kicked out. There's nothing you can do about it. He can just have a random non-anonymous account. He can bring his own account, just change it to some name, put like a nondescript picture and bio. We're just gonna tolerate.
See, people who ratted me out, they'd be watching my live stream and then they'll come in your room and say, hey, Kitover is recording your room. Like, that's the easiest way for people, who rat me out, because they were monitoring my YouTube.
You don't get to be a victim when you're the perpetrator, John. Sorry.
I'm not the victim here. I'm telling you what I do. I enjoy what I do, Ro. Apparently, there's something that I recorded that upset you, but I assure you, it was never intentional to upset you.
Okay, I'm just pointing out you shouldn't play the victim when you're actually the perpetrator.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Ro.
Rowan, look, I've communicated my frustration, and I've successfully had multiple of his accounts clipped off of this app. I'll brag about that. And I've had at least one of his YouTubes at least temporarily brought down, or at least I think it was because of mine. So I've gone out of my way for that. I'm just saying that I'm throwing in the fucking white flag now that fucking Clubhouse has basically said they're on his side. It's essentially
But can't you?
I can't do anything to stop it. So my choices are I cannot be on the app, or I mean, what else? Like, Rowan, what could I do? What would you recommend with the current state of how Clubhouse allows anonymous accounts? How would you prevent this?
There's actually nothing you can do to prevent it, and that's like technically that's the reality. But to be able to put favor, to be able to, I guess, now switch the coins and be able to say, well, Clubhouse is responsible for this, and John has no responsibility on that. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing innocent about recording a person.
Is it a personal thing, or is it just the recordings?
They're trying to commercialize it to a certain extent, but like I said earlier, like it is just fucking bizarre that a person would choose to be able to, I don't know, be elected or try to get elected as a congressman. Whereas one of the main thing that a person needs is to be able to have trust. People need to be able to have trust in the person.
Well, what's more important, courage or trust, Rohan?
It's a low-down act.
And how do you establish trust? How do you establish credibility?
Commercialize like this, the recordings without consent. I think it's a low-life thing to do.
Got it. I'll be sure to tell every constituent you don't like my recordings.
You're actually fucking up with other people's enjoyment, and you don't give a shit about that. And that's okay. You do you, man. That's all.
Did you ever think maybe it's a you problem?
Oh yeah, I did think that. It's about half a second, which is about the same amount of time I give you face to face.
Who hurt you? Who hurt you?
Not me.
Well, I think what I do is actually art. You know, I think all videos, all pictures are forms of art. And so if you are a critic and you don't like my art form, well, I encourage you to go to johnforcongress.com and send me 10, not 11, 10, not $9 right now. Go to johnforcongress.com.
Listen, John, is it true? They said one night we were on Pepe's room. They said you were live streaming Pepe's room while dancing naked on Instagram. Is that true, or were they just?
You can't dance naked on Instagram, NY. Sorry.
Semi-naked, partially naked.
I gotta tell you, if you're in Pepe's room, you have no right to complain about anything that John does.
I agree. And you know, if you come down so hard on me, you should go look in the mirror because I'm playing a word game here. I'm a nonviolent person. I believe that spending $10 billion a day at the federal level is immoral and it's basically theft. And it's time for the American people to wake up and hear what people are talking about. And thus, that's why I've recorded Clown House for going on 6 years.
And that is a sickness.
Well, what if you just redirected your energy and I don't want to tell you how to do your art, but if you were to think about the power that you have at your disposal, and I think you're doing some of this already, which is this is why, like, you know, if people think why is Mojo going so soft on him? It's because I've actually seen live streams on YouTube that you've shared that people now get to hear terrorist sympathizers, you know, talking amongst themselves. And my hope is that the law enforcement community sees that stuff and takes action on it. And if that were to happen, if a single arrest were made because of a video that you shared, I think all of the grievances that I have because, you know, my PTR was up there, my voice was shared on a stream that got, you know, 98 views, it would grossly outweigh, like, you know, the inconvenience and my feeling of my privacy being invaded. Which, by the way, now that Clubhouse has changed their rules, I have no fucking I have no delusions that I have privacy on this app.
I mean, privacy is an illusion from the beginning, even with the anonymous, because there are a lot of innocuous accounts that just float around and you don't kick them. And if you kick one because you think it's me, it's only because somebody's looking at my YouTube live. So, you know, the privacy concern, with me is there should be no concern. I'm very transparent and public. So it's these other rooms which are terrorist supporters and potential terrorists. And I have no problem having the FBI look me over 10 times. I've been in the military and I've never committed a crime. So, come at me and I'll give you everything I have. That's why I don't mind drawing attention to myself because I am an honest and good person. I have no beefs with anybody in my life. So, I'm a happy and a consistent person who comes on here and records the dumbest conversations about people talking about nothing. So, if you got a problem with me, maybe there's something inside of you that's not fully self-actualized. I don't know. Maybe it's a you problem.
If anybody wants to get a lesson in gaslighting, please come see me.
That I can't believe you're being serious, but okay.
Well, wait a minute, John, if everybody is talking about absolutely nothing, what makes it interesting enough for you to report them? It's true.
Haven't you watched Seinfeld, NY? That's a show about nothing. It's George, Elaine, and Jerry talking in their apartment. They go on dates. It's a show about nothing. It's called Zen. It's essentially a word game. And welcome, everyone, to the secondary Clownhouse world game of John Kitover, who has recorded 6 years of this stupid app, and all of you in this room.
So here's something to consider. Here's something to consider. And I think I have no idea what the actual motivations are, John. Only he knows. What I can say is that he's well aware that the average video gets very little views. He knows that. Right? But if he enjoys doing it, and there's this potential, this is the thing that people forget. If he's got a volume of content, this long tail of a bunch of little videos that nobody's watching, all that has to happen is one magnificent thing he streams. Somebody fucking opens their mic and blows their fucking brains out on stage. But just something crazy happens, and it gets recorded, and it was streamed by him, and it's on YouTube. Yeah, we'll take it down, but there'll be copies of it elsewhere. And then all of a sudden, they'll go and look at other accounts, and all of the other accounts, people will say, all that has to happen, it's not that crazy. All that has to happen is one magnificent moment that captures people's attention and gets shared. And if somebody with a major account starts sharing this and say, I was listening to this, check this out. This is happening on an app called Clubhouse. This guy's got a whole fucking channel, he's got a library of fucking thousands of hours of shit. He may end up being a fucking genius if all he needs is one video that goes crazy viral, just one. And he will get paid a lot of money for the video. I don't think that's his motivation because he's invested a lot of time to put a lot of strikeouts.
You got to realize my primary target was Adrian Dittman, who is Elon Musk. I have so many Adrian Dittman recordings of him prior to Trump winning, as well as everything leading up to his termination. I have more Elon Musk recordings than anything, fucking 1,000. And those to me are really interesting because he's a nitwit and an idiot, and he sounds like every idiot. There's nothing special about the guy. He cooks butter steak and makes terrible jokes, and people don't really like him that much. But again, that's still just a show about nothing. So I mean,
Adrian Dittman is not Elon.
It is Elon Musk. It is.
No, it's not. I it's David here. So we were in a room with Adrian Dittman, Elon Musk, and Elon's mom. And I don't know if you've ever heard this. It was on a Twitter space. So they were in the room together and they were talking.
I get it. He has burners and multiple cell phones. Trust me. I will bet anybody in this room $10,000 that I can prove to you that Adrian Dittman is 100% Elon Musk because I have enough recordings to prove it. I have so many recordings it would blow your fucking mind.
Ro, let me ask you a question. Would you, if instead of John having YouTube channel after YouTube channel dedicated to me and Dr. Jordan, if he had YouTube channels that were dedicated to
What did I do that was so terrible?
In the meantime, okay, I'm glad to mention reflect.
My sin of using Instagram and my sin of using YouTube.
John, okay, control your narcissism. And until then,
My
this is
sin of using
prospect. In the meantime, you've got many people on a social app that utilize this medium to be able to, or to have shared like information about how they feel and so forth. It's changed the experience for other people to the point where people need to be able to change their names to the point where if lots of people do that, then effectively there are more masks that are on this particular app. There's less benefit for people to be able to get. So there's a trade-off in some way.
I think the fact that those rooms where terrorists are being streamed, I think that's fine. I'm just trying to think, is there a way, and this would be a genuine question to everybody, including, I really know how you feel about it, John, prior to Clubhouse making their decision. I felt exactly the same. But is there a way that maybe we can, even if you still view him as a nuisance, where we could say, like for example, let's say one of the terrorist sympathizers comes into this room and we start engaging in a conversation and they're crashing out hard and saying some things that are highly problematic, right?
Yeah.
What if we utilize this? It's like the comic book universe has the Punisher. Well, like we should have a mechanism to call in the Punisher, and to be able to just, when if somebody's crashing out super hard, I think rather than making John the bad guy here, if we said, hey, look, we're gonna set the fucking honey trap, and we're gonna bring you content that's far more entertaining than the stupid shit that we wax about. And what if we leverage this service? Think of it as a service that he's providing. He thinks of it as art, but we think of it as a service, and we figure out a way to leverage it. What's wrong with that?
Not sure, great. Look, and until that day, if it ever eventuates, where information that he is, well, he's not really producing it, that he's copying and streaming, it goes towards serves a purpose to be able to bring misaligned people into alignment, and extremists and so forth. Then until that point in time, I still have not any favorable. Actually, I don't have any favorable things to be able to say about him at all. I mean, I see that he's actually doing more harm for other people than good.
Well, do you have any evidence to support your opinion? Because I just don't think you have any actual evidence to support your hypothesis there, Dr. Rowe.
Okay, I don't care to be able to spend my time and energy and thoughts in validating.
Got it. I got no compliments for you either then, so have a good evening.
I mean, if you're leaving, that would be wonderful.
I think that if he editorialized any of the surveillance programming that he could conduct on Clubhouse, anti-Semitism rooms, that would be huge. Now, one of the rooms where he recorded all the Jewish women ganging up on me was kind of a classic. Crazy misogynist Jewish American prince. That room, I mean, that stuff could go viral. For sure, for show.
See, I do agree that I think my recordings, though extremely amateur and low quality, cell phone to cell phone on little mini tripods, it's very pathetic. But I am also a comedian. I am trying to essentially capture crash outs in a way, because really the high emotional stuff, to me, I have to process it. And I do a lot of listening. And to me, really, the one great thing about this app is you do realize there are people who are road raging all the time. And, anger management and how you respond to your environment versus having useless conversations about nothing, wasting all your time here because you can't find something better to do with your time. It's really, this app is a great place for enlightenment and for awakening and optimization on how you're living your life. Because in my opinion, if I were to get every word you've ever said on here and put it in front of you, and you could fast forward through it and all that stuff, you'd be like, was it worth it? I mean, does anybody here think it was worth it?
Well, I think there's a little. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how we can create perhaps a loop that makes this better for everybody. For example, if we have someone that's crashing out, there should be a back channel to John to say, hey, they're crashing out, come get your content. He's probably already there. Well, that's just the thing, right? Like, just hey, they're crashing out, come grab this. The other thing that would be great is part of that feedback loop is if John could take the care to have his greatest crash outs, maybe create a YouTube channel of Clubhouse crash outs, and then just he said, I believe me, I listened to the content that's on there. That does not exist. That does not exist. You're incorrect. But if he was to index it in such a way that we could then bring attention to it, then the way we bring it full circle is he can find the crash outs in either this room or other rooms. Say, hey, if you go check out the video, it's at the whatever mark. Then we can pull it up in the rooms. We can repurpose it as content, pointing people back to his videos, creating more views for him, getting more people to talk about it. I think we can create a feedback loop and then just do rooms. We can literally do rooms.
It's a roast. You want to roast people who crash out. It's a roast show. That's the show. It's the best show, and it is the most entertaining. And that you run a roast room because you bring people up and you roast them.
I'm just so happy that you are finally appreciated and
If I may add really quick, I think the Clubhouse Troll Academy concept, although I was kind of joking, I mean, I would love to benefit from some of the revenue we could generate. Where else in internet land can you learn to troll by text, by voice, emotional and psychological trolling? It is like a breeding ground for potential trolls, and we could use it for good. Like, there's nothing, if we wanted to troll terrorists, I mean, it's kind of like, who was that comedian? Who's the comedian who made fun of, pretended to be that Islamic guy, that Jewish guy?
People who are recording and streaming rooms and
Sacha Baron Cohen, yeah. Who was he? Who did he pretend to be the first? Who was the Islamic guy that he pretended to be?
Ali G.
Yes, Ali G.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I've sat in many Amir's rooms, and I like to set it and forget it. I can't sit there and listen to their bullshit, but the times that I have spent listening to them, I mean, they say enough stupid shit in there to get themselves in a lot of trouble. If the right person heard what they're saying, they'd have a lot of trouble on their hands.
Could you at least dedicate one particular channel to his room so that I would come through that to go find the content, to just play it, rip into it, allow the people that are so inclined to turn it over to the proper authorities, maybe do some voice matching, things like that.
Why don't you just get a Mojo 2 account and live stream their fucking room with an anonymous into this fucking room, and then we can all roast them together. Make it an interactive experience, upgrade the quality of your show, get some more burner accounts, and let's get this party started.
I actually have to tell you, I will not pay for an anonymous account, but for those of you that have them, I'm happy to partner with you in a way that we could create good content.
Are you talking about Ben Mendelsohn?
If that's the content you want to create, that's fine by me. I'm more interested, to be quite honest, with some of the people that are saying literal criminal shit on here. I think that's a service that I think. Imagine this story: Clubhouse troll leads to an investigation and an arrest of a terrorist cell in the United States. That'd be fucking amazing. He'd get elected. He'd go to Congress. It'd be amazing.
You know he's running for Congress, right?
Wait, can you repeat that soundbite? Can you repeat that soundbite, Mojo? One more time, please. Thank you.
Yeah, he already has all that content. He just has to look at it. Maybe AI can help him. Fetch all those gold nuggets you haven't.
I mean, where is the FBI? You know, where is the CIA? Where is the NSA? Is all they do outward facing?
Did you work for the FBI or something?
No, I've worked for the government since 2002.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember seeing an ID of Edmund. And
No,
it was a
It's a military ID. I was in the army.
Oh, that,
Yeah, I think there's a way to leverage this in a way that gets everybody what they want. You can expose terrorists, you can get the entertainment of the crash outs, and it gets the content. If it ever goes viral, that'd be amazing.
I am glad that you finally decided not to get triggered by him.
Well, you missed a lot, and John can catch you up at some point. But it's listen, if Clubhouse hadn't changed their rules, I'd have my same opinion about this. But Clubhouse is the one that decided that no, there's nothing you can do about it. And so I'm not one of those people that's insane where you have to deal with the world the way it exists. Clubhouse allows anonymous accounts, and anonymous accounts can easily stream these things. It's a very, very easy decision for me to just say, I'm throwing in the white towel. And then once you surrender, then you have to look at like, okay, what can you gain here? And I think the thing that John's done, and that we all agree on, even his biggest critics agree, is that he's doing the Lord's work when it comes to recording some of these terrorists.
Thanks. I mean, Roger, Mayhem was a big project for me. I mean, I created a lot of content around the Roger Mayhem movie, and it wasn't until like I see the thing. To me, this is like recording a video game. Like, as a great speaker and a great organizer on this app, don't you think that it should have been natural that somebody wants to record you? I mean, I can't be the only person that's ever recorded you, but if you go on YouTube and you type in Roger Mayhem, like, have you ever listened to yourself and been like, yeah, that was a good take, that was right, or maybe I was, like, how do you do any self-reflection based off of my artwork? Thank you.
I hate the sound of my own voice, so no, I don't find any value in the things that I say.
I loved how diplomatic I was in some of the recorded me. I was surprisingly diplomatic, considering sometimes I'm as emotional as the most estrogen as a woman.
So hot.
I know, sexy, isn't it? I was going to ask you though, how did the liberal rooms that you recorded, the Ben Mendelsohn rooms, which I'm not judging, I'm not being judgmental about, how did that pilot study go for you in terms of your production work on those? Because I think you did some projects on him as well, right?
Honestly, like, I am also a dopamine addict, so when people know that I'm recording them and it's driving them crazy, and like, I'm watching him right now, he's fucking live streaming, like, that to me is when my dopamine flares, and I'm like sitting here laughing, just uncontrollable, like tickles, and so much fun. And maybe you could call it elder abuse, because I know there are a lot of senior citizens on here, but the point is, this for me is like an interactive game. I mean, many people, maybe you can't project yourself into me and what I'm doing with all these cell phones in this office every fucking day, but to me, this is an interactive video game, and I love video games, and this is to me is the best casino entertainment that I can play for no money down.
Well,
It's really amazing when you can have like so much fun at other people's expense, isn't it? What does it say about the personal pleasure, John? Look, I'm gonna just maybe continue because I sort of agree with what Mojo's saying. Maybe it will come to a point in time where you can just say, you know what? Maybe getting this feedback from other people, maybe I'm doing the wrong thing. It's not right, but what I can do is focus on, these fucking terrorist supporters, okay, and the racists on here, and dedicate your time to actually doing something that's positive, make a positive change.
well, he's not going to win the Golden My Ear Peace Award, but he could make a difference. And I do wonder, like, I mean, maybe the testament to all of this is, right, as a woman found you so insatiable because of your odd sense of humor, or perhaps your radical sense of humor, that you've consummated relationships because of it, and maybe that's
Or a man. Or a man.
Or a ghost.
You gotta realize I put myself at risk doing what I do, but I think I create catharsis for people. And if you're angry with me, you're hanging on to words too much. Let it go. That's my opinion.
I want to call Blue Ocean, who says it ain't terrorism, it's freedom of speech. You're a bunch of snowflakes. American parties should be sued for recording people without their consent. Listen, I don't know if you knew this, Blue Ocean, but everything you ever have said on this app has been recorded. Period. So, if you don't like that, you shouldn't be on this app.
Also, who goes in an app, in an audio app, where anyone can be listening to you or recording you, and is not careful with what they say? I mean, you should always, whether you're in
More than half
or
the app?
outside of
To
the
answer
house.
your question, more than half the app.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem. I mean, like, even in your own life, without an audio app or without a phone in your face, you should always be responsible for the things that you put out there. So maybe this teaches personal responsibility to people.
Well, then that makes
I
this
don't
a
think it's a
cycle.
matter of necessarily it being about responsible about what you're saying. It's just having a choice as to whether you want to be able to share your thoughts, ideas, and
you have
feelings
a
with the masses. Hang on. If you want to share them with the masses, okay, then you have the option to do so. For example, if a room has been set to replays only, you have the choice of whether you go up there and you want to be able to have your voice recorded, right, for everybody to be able to replay. Okay, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, you have a choice. Don't come to Clubhouse and talk about your intimate stuff. If you want to
No,
have
the
intimate
choice
conversations, going
is
to
to
wave.
whether
Everyone
you
doesn't
go
go into private
into
rooms.
those rooms or you don't go into those rooms, or you go up on the stage, or whether you don't go up on the stage. And that is a person's choice. It's not a matter of whether they go on the fucking app or not, for Christ's sake. Okay, but what the point which you're making here is that regardless of whether you make the choice to be able to go up on stage in a recorded room with people like John, okay, who choose to be able to record and stream other people's thoughts, ideas, and feelings, right, without consent, and then to have it commercialized, that is the issue.
It's not commercialized. I'm not making a fucking penny off of this, mate. I'm sitting here in my underpants in my mom's basement, drinking a Miller High Life, smoking a joint, bro. Just such a critic, mate. What a critic.
If anything, he's losing money with this. Have you seen the amount of phones he's
Exactly.
lost? He's got like 30 fucking phones.
Congressman Kitover, have you captured me gesturing in any way to Issa, like any flirtatious things I've said to her in past rooms, or overly hitting on her or anything like that? Just curious.
No, I would really love it if people were like, yeah, let's like actually record this and put it in the room title and create content together instead of barking at each other like wild dogs every single day. I mean, can we work together? This is why communication should be revolutionary in the sense that people can organize outside of the traditional communication network. But there's no organizing on this app. There's just road raging, people getting their dopamine for their, afternoon lunch desire. Like, there's nothing intelligent happening here. It's a fucking roast show. It's comedy. Can everybody stop taking it so seriously?
If you guys think that you're special, you're not. One day I went to his room and he was streaming a conversation of his mom with his sister into Clubhouse. So he just does this all the time. Yeah, he was.
Well, we all have to take into consideration these aren't private rooms. Everybody can come in and listen to anything you're talking about, your sexual kinks or depression, or any of this type of shit. If you're gonna go on here and talk about this shit and get upset, feel like somebody's streaming it. I mean, there's dozens of people in the audience that are listening to you. So
It's just selective outrage. I'm the scapegoat. I'm the Pepe. You can cast all your hate and anger and frustration into me. I can catch it all and just throw it right back at you.
Does your mom and your sister know that you're streaming your private conversations into Clubhouse?
You serious? You don't think they look at my YouTube and know that every single time they talk to me on the phone, there's a chance that I'm streaming them?
The funniest thing is people are paying fortunes for SEO and GEO, and it's like the chance we're even getting exposure and visibility out of it is slim to, I don't want to say slim to none to hurt Congressman Kitover's feelings, but the truth of the matter is people are paying money to have the most ridiculous things about them heard and seen. So we should, in some ways, maybe we need to be brave.
You're winning the Matrix.
No, I think radical transparency is essentially the greatest way to conduct everything. If you can, it takes a huge burden off of you to relieve yourself of this professional social media presence or puissance. It's all artificial. And so when somebody live streams themselves and they record these open, candid conversations, the thing is, no one even looks at my shit. My one YouTube channel's got 600,000 views. That's nothing. And people who listen on this on random YouTube live, they don't even speak English. They're from fucking Bangladesh. Look at the comments. Nobody cares about what I do, Ro. It's my artwork. It's my artwork. I do paintings. This is the cutting edge. What I'm doing now is the smartest thing I can do. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's no different than somebody just standing out on the sidewalk and videotaping people as they're talking. Like, it's legal, he's allowed to do it. And I mean, if you don't want to talk about shit in public, then go somewhere private. Make the room private, don't let anybody go in there, or just get off the app and,
He's from Australia, he's not from London, he's never been to Speaker's Corner.
So, I mean, in the United States, you can record somebody, like stand up with a cell phone and watch two people having like a personal conversation on the sidewalk. There's nothing they can do.
That's
exactly what's going on here.
Public, rich, that's how it is.
It's a public social media app.
Yeah, no, it's not a public at all. Okay.
It's public in the sense that people can, or everybody in the audience, the terms and conditions say that he can do it.
It's got terms and conditions.
Yeah, and they said that he can do it.
No, they did not say. Yeah, they did.
Ro,
anonymous accounts for no reason.
Ro, the point is the now is all important. I'm going to say it again. The now is all important. And who am I causing harm to right now? Anyone? Anyone here being harmed by my YouTube live right now? Does anybody feel any harm?
No, I don't want you recording. I don't want you streaming it. I don't want my voice recorded. And I know there are a bunch of other people who feel exactly the same. I'm sure of it.
Okay, anybody else in the room, speak up, because one person's opinion versus my opinion neutralize it. Anybody else here not want to be recorded by me on my YouTube
I'll
live?
tell you what, is there anybody else in the room who feels differently to what I just said? Does anybody else consent to being recorded and streamed
Go ahead, put a 1 in the chat if you want to be on my YouTube live. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not want to be in my YouTube live. Again, number 1 for you want to be in my awesome YouTube live because it's so awesome and so much fun. Or number 2, you do not want to be in my YouTube live because you hate my fucking guts. Put a number 2 in the chat if you hate me and you want to see my YouTube live ended and canceled and it's a wasted time. Or put a 1 in the chat if you love it and you love it. Thank you very little.
There we go.
And the survey says...
Hold on, hang on, shut up. Shut up. Bro, what can we do to stop it?
Not zero. But there's no harm in actually in speaking out about it and just being really straightforward about it as well. There's nothing you can do. Technically, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it apart from starting off private rooms. Okay, that ensures there's a greater level of ensuring that the room is not going to be streamed if you have trusted or semi-trusted people. And that's pretty much what you can do about it.
I want to explain to
Pretty encouraging. I mean, how
Bro, I want to explain something to the people in the chat room. So,
Yeah.
Kenny says, remove him from the room. So here's the issue. I can remove the account that's on the stage right now. The issue is that if you look down in the other side of the room, the one with the fingernail polish, that's also his account. So even and it doesn't allow me to remove that one. So even if I remove the account that's on the stage, he's still able to stream it. There's nothing I can do at all.
Exactly. So why are you gonna get
So it's a me problem.
Change?
It's my attitude, I guess, my personality that you hate so much because it can't be my artwork, right? Is it the art or is it the man, Rohan?
Just stop calling it art, dude. You're dumb.
Oh my god, okay. Art is about creation. You're about duplication. There's nothing artistic about what you do. I admit that you're actually quite a funny guy. In fact, most people actually laugh at you right in. So who the fuck?
Why is it art?
Who's talking? Devin, I was just explaining exactly that.
Huh?
Yeah, I was saying exactly that. There's nothing artistic about it. It's duplicating
I'm not saying it's not
thoughts and
art.
ideas and feelings, and there's nothing else to it. There's nothing
I'm
artistic
not
about
saying
it.
it's not art. I'm conversing with American and asking him a question. Why does he think it is art?
Yeah, art is a very generalized word, just like the term God. I think everything is art and everything is God. Does that make sense?
Okay, so
What is art?
everything is
What is art?
okay.
His argument is that everything is art, so how could this not be art? Okay.
I mean, some people call it art to put a banana in a frame, in a wall at a museum.
Well, I'm
So-
framing a camera lens on tripods. You telling me that this is not art? You go to the movies, right? That's done with cameras on tripods. I'm doing the same thing in my fucking mom's basement, drinking Miller High Life, smoking a joint. And I'm running for Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com right now and give 10, not 11, 10, not $9 to the campaign to elect John Kitover.
It is not art. I did not say that it is not art. I only asked you to defend your claim that it is art. And your explanation is that everything is art. Okay? That's your explanation.
Well, as a professional artist, sorry, I'd like to chime in. I'm a big fan of this work.
It's comedy mostly.
It's a time around, right? Because he grew on you.
He does grow. He's funny and he comes to quite incredible rooms. I think it's great.
See, I know some people like it.
Serious and don't like it.
Sometimes he's annoying. I kick him out of the rooms, and I know he's gonna come back, and it's fine. Like you just need to learn.
You
how
need to
to
listen to what Mojo said.
Then
I'm
you do
providing a
it.
service. This is a service. I am recording more than you can even take in, but I give you highlights and edits, and people rely on me for catching up. I'm literally a production company over here, and I get no appreciation, and people want to do all kinds of fucked up shit to me. And I think what I do is a great service.
No, because reporting people doesn't take much effort. It just means having like 8 different cell phones.
Well, see, but it's something, Marshall.
He's got 52 or 53 cell phones.
Well, the art of it is being selective, right? Like, if he captures certain things, like, if he captures a woman unfairly calling me a misogynist, I call that art. Someone else may find it, may object to that, but subjectively, I consider that art, and I might give my consent in advance for that kind of a thing. But other things,
You can't speak for him. He's the artist. He claims to be the artist.
right, but I'm just saying that.
What his creation is getting people out of their own control and emotionally triggered, and he shows everyone that nobody's in control of their own emotions.
This has nothing to do, first of all, you said you don't even understand what he's doing has nothing to do with, exactly, what he's doing has nothing to do with what you just said. First of all, he's entertaining himself. That's first and foremost. Secondly, if he captures something that's good content and goes viral, out of all of the hours that he's recording, he just needs one thing. You got these little fucking snot-nosed kids in the Midwest doing stupid ass dances, and they fucking go viral. He's got like people crashing out talking about killing people. Eventually, one of them is gonna go viral. One of them is gonna go viral, and when it does, we're all gonna look back and we're gonna say he's a genius. I hate to admit it, because back when Clubhouse actually gave me the tools to remove people that were recording content, I was not thinking of the value that it could provide. I was just thinking about the fact that he's encroaching on my right to organize a room where we don't record content. And so definitely his will and my will were conflicting. The app has taken all of that away and said, we don't give a fuck. If the app doesn't give a fuck, I now have a choice. My choice is I can be a little bit more respectful on the app. I can have boring conversations, or I can continue fucking cussing people out and have fun the way I like on the app, or I can not be on the app at all. The app has presented those choices to me. He's presented other choices for him. The thing that I think everybody's missing, the people that support what John's doing, the people that think that what John's doing is ridiculous, is the fact that because he's done this service of taking this content and putting it in a repository that exists on the web, he's done the work for you. All you have to do is go and source that content now, repurpose it any way you choose, and I would imagine that you will find a way, a more useful way than he has, to be able to, if you want to monetize it, if you want to expose people, whatever you want to do with it, the world is your oyster. John has actually provided a fucking service, and I can't believe I'm saying this, because if I had the tools, I'd remove them, but because I don't, I have to live with it, and now that I've accepted that I cannot change it, now I'm looking at how can my life be benefited by the work that this guy's putting in, and there's a lot of fucking ways. There is a lot of fucking ways. In fact, I'm hoping that just one arrest, put some fucking Nazi in a fucking prison cell. That, to me, would justify all of the fucking times that he's thrown my name in a YouTube channel, created fake accounts on this app with my name, put the avatar, everywhere on the internet, whether it's on Twitter. I mean, he's done a lot of fake. John, am I wrong? You trolled me more than anybody on this app. Is that correct?
I think so. I think in terms of like wanting to recreate you and publish you across the interwebs, like you were my brand for many months, like until Adrian Dittman took over, but then you also left. But you know, you created a lot of content, and I mirrored you as much as I could, and this was prior to Anonymous, so I had to keep creating burners. But buying so many burner phones and creating more YouTubes and more Instagram, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And in my work life, I have created marketing automation, you know, ad tech tools that made a lot of money spamming Google. But this is a manual labor operation here. But having all these accounts and all these phones, it all synergistically work to create this massive Clubhouse database of really a lot of edits, because a lot of my work is in the short section. And you can go to my YouTube account now, it'll take you forever to go through all the content. There's fucking 20,000 videos now. And I just sit here all day long and I'm just like, do I go to X? I'm constantly sourcing and going to rooms and trying to listen, and it's a lot of fucking work. So I hope you enjoy this incredible service that I have provided all of you, who now have a much larger language model to go back and say, you know what? This app was a waste of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure this much. Definition of what art is. I mean, I watched a guy that took about 10 buckets and filled them with water and then pushed them over, and they all slammed on the ground. And everybody started clapping. This is fucking art. So if that's fucking art, then what John is doing is definitely fucking art.
But it's comedy too, and it's political. I'm trying to be social, and if you're social, you're political. And I'm hyper social. Go to John Kitover on Instagram. Go to Instagram.com/John Kitover. Add me right now as your new friend.
I know it's art is people actually follow you. If you have religious fucking followers like Matt Cool and fucking Beaver and fucking Doc and all these guys.
Hold on. Bragging about Beaver following is not a fucking brag.
I'm just saying.
That's like saying you got some fucking like groupie that came to the fucking in the backstage and wanted to fucking, you know, run out for interlude to perform. Beaver's like the fucking bottom barrel person of the goddamn app. Like, that's not a brag at all.
Hey, he's got groupies, that's all I'm saying.
How do you combat that Edward is here on stage? Yeah.
I'll tell you, there's been a process of, first of all, it's the app itself that opened the door for this. And the app created these anonymous accounts that you guys pay for, which is hilarious. For those of you that do pay for it, you morons, it's created this opportunity where he can now have one account for each room that he wants to go in and record that you can tell him about. So that was when I accepted it. Then once I accepted it, I started going and looking at, well, let's see what he's actually doing. And then I saw some of the things that he was streaming that I thought, wow, that's actually a really good idea. When he's streaming the people that are talking lovingly about terrorists and their desires to see Jews harmed, I think that streaming that content and making sure that the law enforcement communities can have access to that, that to me trumps any sense of privacy that I used to care about. Because again, if I had my choice, if Clubhouse gave me the tool, I would remove the anonymous accounts. I'm totally doing that. Mainly because I prefer, my preference would be that we don't have replays on and we don't have people recording it. Although somebody can do a screen record, so that would take a little bit of extra work. But here's how he got to the stage is, I've been talking about this for a while, about how, like, my mindset around him has changed. And then, I think Rich was the one that said, hey, can you unblock him? And then I had to go and search my block list to find which blocked account he was referring to, and I unblocked him, and he came up, and we had a conversation, and it was a normal conversation. It doesn't mean that, look, I totally get why people are frustrated with the whole I don't consent. You know, like, I don't know what you're gonna do about it. You know, I think what we have to do is we have to take this, learn to live with it, and then figure out ways that you can I'm seeing more and more ways that it can be beneficial. And so I fight the system.
You take it, you enjoy it.
Yes, I know that I have been saying this for a long time, but he's actually an interesting dude. Like when you real conversations with him, he's actually one of the smartest persons here in Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's an American hero.
He reads a lot, and his takes are really on point. I mean, it's just that he triggers everyone's nervous system, but yeah, he's not bad. Sometimes he goes a little bit crazy, you need to kick him out of the room because all he's doing is yelling. He's like a crazy person. But when he's actually normal, he can be fun.
I try to be funny. I like comedy. I like art. I like politics. I like everything that everybody else likes, but I also like recording Clown House. And that gives me a little bit of an edge over people in terms of creating this database of people, and people really resent that.
For your mental sanity, you should try to, I don't know, like compartmentalize a little bit and maybe create schedules for yourself, because I've told you, like, you know what he does? He leaves the phones on in the rooms while he goes to sleep. Can you imagine a sane person like
Wait, Issa, I'm recording Amir's room. They go till 5 in the morning while I'm sleeping, and you're calling me crazy?
Well, then you have that noise outside.
No way. I have my AC running. I have 2 thick doors. My house is big. I don't hear their shit when I go to sleep. Are you crazy? Why the fuck would I torture myself?
Well, that's what you do.
Yeah, don't let John make it sound like he's some man sitting in a little hut, sitting in that big ass fucking castle he's got there, selling all those fucking dispensaries there, John.
I mean, at least yoga, that includes more number of people and come up.
This is record. I was gonna say recording Clubhouse requires no work at all. You literally click a couple buttons and look at all the chaos and fun we get to have because of what I'm doing.
So what if nothing goes viral, but you uncover a plot to take down this year's tower? I mean, you would be a hero, right? I mean,
Yeah, I'd be a fucking hero.
we would be your biggest fans.
Well, I'll tell you what, you may not like the flip side of that because, go to John Kitover Podcast on YouTube. It's youtube.com/@John Kitover Podcast. You can see a room where Issa is in, and she's talking to the awesome guys in the Bitcoin room, and they're talking about the Epstein list. And so if you listen to that conversation from the Bitcoin room, it's got 800 views now, you might learn something, or you might learn nothing.
And so people can search for it. So now that people have been talking about this, if somebody wanted to find, like, okay, I want to find the lefties, where is that shit at? It's too hard to search through all this shit. And I know you want a lot of work on this, but maybe you can find somebody that would be interested in helping you do that stuff, because if people can search for it, I can tell you this, I would go to your channel if I could easily just sort by show me the lefty shit, so that I can just grab the content that I laugh at, and then I would just rebroadcast it in these rooms.
Also, you've inspired me on YouTube. Like, I had Randy Roderick, Playmate of the Year, B1 model. I was the last person I interviewed on my podcast. Without you introducing me to the potential for YouTube, I would have created my own program.
See, I'm providing a valuable service to the users of Clownhouse. Everything that you've never seen, you can just type in John Kitover on YouTube, and you can come across 30 YouTube accounts of you talking. Literally, people in this room talking and talking and talking and talking. Over 20,000 videos of people talking. Are they talking about something, or are they talking about nothing?
What would you say, John?
I mean,
See, this is the most fun you can have for free.
How many replays do Monica get of her rooms, and how many replays do Edmund get of the day he's
Monica gets more plays of her replays than you do of yours.
of who?
You.
I don't do replays, honey.
Well, and this is the point. Monica likes replays, just like Edmund likes to record rooms. Well, why the shade on Monica?
I'm not throwing shade. What I am saying is that is a lot more recording rooms, but it's less exciting. I'm just comparing
No, what you're missing here is that Monica does give people the knowledge that she's recording. Now, what you're saying is that secret recordings are more fun. The secret aspect of it is the part that I used to.
comparing the services.
The secret aspect was the part that I was challenging because he was doing it without the consent. But now that you can't keep the anonymous accounts out, then everybody just has to accept that everything's being streamed. Once upon a time, we didn't have to accept that. Once upon a time, this app gave you the tools to make a decision. Hey, if I find somebody that's recording it, can I take an action against them that would prevent that? I actually like having those tools at my disposal. Maybe it's because I'm a control freak. Maybe it's because I think that informed consent matters. That being said, the app itself has their own rules and their own tools they provide. And so, if I'm going to stay on here and run rooms and have conversations, then I have to assume at all fucking times that it's being recorded. And to assume anything else is just crazy. That wasn't always the case.
You didn't accept it before. Some of us have accepted it 5 years ago.
And
We
because
realize there's so many more unbeatable.
some of you didn't appreciate freedom quite as much as I did. Some of you don't mind people recording without your consent because freedom is not something you're used to. And I can understand. I can understand
Freedom
your
allows others to do what they want and not trying to feel authoritarian of them. And also freedom is having personal responsibility on taking the things that you want to be heard and the ones that don't, just keep them to yourself. That is also freedom. Freedom comes with responsibility.
If I live stream a room, is that not me exercising the freedom of my speech in a way which may not be, traditional, but you got to push the boundaries of freedom. And if you really want to be free, I think I'm doing it.
It does not shock me that Isa, living in Europe, comes with these ideas that you should not assume that you have these freedoms. I get it. She pretends that she's this freedom lover, but she's kind of surrendered this idea of freedom. And so when people say that they would prefer to be in a room that is not recorded, they would like both the freedom of association, to not associate with the people that want to record or stream the rooms, and they would want to be able to have to be able to speak freely, knowing that everybody is consented to the conversation being maintained here in this place and not being shared, because that's the agreement and the understanding that people have. That was the contract that people were agreeing to. And so I think that the issue I have with what Issa's saying is that Issa just doesn't understand what freedom is.
Exactly. I am the one understanding what freedom is. You think that just because you want something, people have to comply with it. You disguise your authoritarianism with freedom, and that is not what freedom is. You have the freedom to come to these app and associate with whomever you want. You have the freedom to do a private room if you don't want people to come in, but you're doing a public room, and you want to restrict when other people's agents are using that room. You're the one with the problem.
Well, actually, on any other platform, the law would be on my side, not just the app. The law would be
Well,
on
now
my
you're
side.
talking about the legality of something, because I could make communism legal. I could make a lot of things legal that you disagree with. The legality is not the morality, and I think that freedom is not about legality, it's about morality.
Well, you know,
I don't think you have a firm grasp on it, to be quite honest, respectful.
I got terminated from an advertising technology company in Los Angeles, and I took them to like the civil rights, bullshit trial, whatever, through California, and they came totally unprepared, and the judge agreed with me, but I recorded the trial, and I posted it to the internet, and it caused a lot of credibility damage to the business, and it upset them quite a bit, and so guess who shows up at my house? 2 lesbian female police officers, and my pit bull did not like them. But nonetheless, they said to me, John, we're asking you politely, can you remove the video? I said, no problem, ladies. And that's all it took. So if you're gonna center me all night long, I will gladly center myself. But I would just encourage everybody here to read a book and go to the gym.
So I just have to take issue with one thing you said earlier, which was that Seinfeld is just people talking. The show Friends is just people talking. Seinfeld is virtually Jewish, and I love it. It's hilarious. It took a while for me to get into it, but I feel that it's culturally my own, and it makes me feel at home when I'm on the treadmill at the gym watching reruns of it.
No, I agree, but what I'm talking about is this word game that we play and the emotional response to words, meaning that most people can't realize that this is like a comedy show, that this app and these rooms are roast rooms. And sometimes, if you're self-deprecating, you're self-roasting, or you're roasting other people. Many people don't like my recordings because maybe it put them in a bad light and not as intelligent as they thought they were. There's so many ways to analyze why people hate me and hate my recordings, but I say just let it go and embrace the flow.
Maybe you should do a Kundalini rising exercise for everybody.
Okay, this is your midnight deep breathing meditation with candidate Congressman John Kitover. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Let it go and say, Grand Mojo Rising.
No, this is an example. Can you speak for all the women on stage and in the audience? This is why women find John sexy, right? It's about humor, right? Like if I was as fucking funny as John was, I would have the game that he has, and I would be as prolific a reader as he apparently is.
I have a lot of books in my house. I got 15 bookshelves. But the point is, take the second deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 seconds. Let it go and say, I am fresh. And vote John Kitover. Go to johnforcongress.com.
How many accounts have you had found?
On Clubhouse, I would say I probably had maybe like upper 20s.
On YouTube, because people have followed you on YouTube and Instagram, recording from there as well.
Yeah.
You've lost your-
Yep, I have Andrew Meyer. Also, we forgot to get Andrew Meyer's doppelganger today, but Andrew Meyer got me kicked from YouTube because he was drunk on forum and he was saying all kinds of crazy shit, and that really upset him, and so he got that YouTube account deleted somewhere.
You know, the other genius that rivals you in Clubhouse is David B. David B. functions in ways that most people can't when they're sober. And he is so intoxicated, and he's making fortunes doing it, and it's like I'm kind of envious. I'm almost resentful. that this guy-
Do not be envious of David Bobadilla, sir. Do not be envious of that man. He does not know how to handle his vodka. I mean, have you ever been to? Go ahead.
What's the number one watched video news from
The-
Clubhouse?
From Clubhouse, I'd have to search, but my number one YouTube video of all time is from $1date.com, which was a dating startup I created. It was called "What's the biggest penis you've ever had sex with?" I think that has like 4 million views.
No, but from Clubhouse, we don't care how you're all.
I'd have to look. I'd have to sort by most views. So, but again, some of these accounts have 2,000 plus videos in there. You do it. I'm done. I've done all the work. You know, I've provided a service, and you're still yapping at me. Do it. Do it. You do it.
Yeah, because you have your account there, you're right in front of you. It's just a couple of things.
It doesn't matter.
It needs to be more sortable. Like the problem with what you've recorded, from my opinion, is that it's not it's not actionable. Like if I said, hey, I want to go find something interesting, and like I'm not gonna go through all those hours to find it.
So I know, you can create playlists, which is one way to sort it.
Well, also, if you find one of the sycophants that you have, maybe he's alone, Teresa seems to like you a lot, and just have them watch the video, and then in the first comment, they can do, like an audit of like at the 2-minute mark, they're talking about this, at the 5-minute mark, they're talking about that. If you had somebody just doing that, that would be much easier.
Yeah, I agree, but again, I could hire a secretary to come in here and do 8 hours of data entry a day, but if that's technically all SEO work, and hopefully the account would grow to a few thousand and I can monetize it. I mean, for Christ's sakes, I don't know if you know Hampton Spears, I know you do. That little F word has like 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he's making like 10K a month because they are friendly to people like him. People like me, I get shadow banned, people report me on this app. My work is not valued until today. So I thank you, Dr. Mojo, for finally giving me a little bit of credibility on this piece of shit app. Thank you very much. I know, Rohan is my number one fan. I think you're really funny, John. I think you're really smart. But I don't like the fact that you've live streamed me talking endlessly about nothing.
Do you have a donation link for your campaign?
No, not yet. The woman at the bank is giving me fucking never-ending emails. She does not want to open the account for me.
Just a real quick news break. What do you guys think of this notion? I think it's ludicrous. I've seen in some of my Jewish community groups that people are making the assumption that the guy who went to Park Avenue and shot people up was going after Jewish people just because sadly two Jewish women were killed, I think. As tragic as it is, I think that's crazy. Does anyone have any comment on this topic?
You think that's a crazy conspiracy theory? Wake the fuck up, Dr. Jordan.
I think it's how would he have known? Like,
Did you think he just like stepped up? Yeah, it was planned, coordinated, researched. It was a fucking strike. I mean, you think it was some random guy got off the train because he's fucking having a bad day? No, it's fucking sophisticated attack.
I don't know. I'm shocked. I mean, I'm very much combating anti-Semitism, but I have trouble believing this guy from Hawaii originally, played football in Nevada or wherever, travels across the country, goes up to the 33rd floor or whatever, and happens to get these two people in his line of fire.
Can I tap in and say something about the recording?
Sure.
Okay, so I learned a little while ago that if you are actually sitting in a room and you're not utilizing like another device to record, or I don't know like how the recording is going to record the room, you can actually tell ChatGPT, if you have like the paid version, you can tell ChatGPT to listen to the background of your phone, and it will automatically start to populate all of the words that are being said in the room live. And so if you utilize something like that, you might be able to have a better opportunity for categorizing your content if that, piques your interest. But I thought you might be interested in knowing that.
Yeah.
Hey, Roger, you want to hear one of the wild takes that Angel had?
That's a good idea, by the way.
She said that oral sex is cannibalism.
That was the day before.
Yeah,
What
I actually, I
It's
didn't,
the most
Was that
ridiculous
recorded?
thing I've ever heard in my life.
Did you get that recorded, by the way?
John might have.
no, that's very smart about using ChatGPT as the actual recorder. But yeah, I mean, these are things I'd like to do. I just, it's very easy to just sit down, hit record, and live stream it. And to beat live stream recordings and the amount of data that I'm able to actually transfer through AT&T fiber, it blows my mind that I can literally record 24 hours a day for $50 a month, $60 a month with AT&T, and a $5 subscription. Like, to me, this is a business opportunity, and like, I'm actually going to invest more in this. I bought more phones, I bought more tripods, and I'm going to set up multiple stations in my house to live stream the top 3 rooms, rotating amongst X and Clubhouse. Now, the interesting thing is, like, that Bitcoin room, Issa, you may hear some random things, but just recording a 3-minute clip or a 15-second clip or a 1-minute clip of somebody saying some unique take about, say, Jeffrey Epstein or something you never heard before. Like, this is a chance to pick up on some little tidbits here and there in terms of like knowledge or intelligence or gossip, but it's really just a fucking gossip show. That's all it is.
Well, you also have the opportunity too to take some of your content that you already have and see if ChatGPT takes your feed of that recording so that you can then begin to categorize it, have that categorize it for you. But there are, as I shouldn't say, there are things that you could probably look into, like apps to assist you with that.
There are already more advanced tools than ChatGPT to create libraries and taggings and stuff like that.
You don't need to do anything. You just need to give them access to wherever you have the library, and it will tag it.
So I just bought a new device.
Create clips with AI. You don't have to.
Amazon just bought a new company called Bee, and it's an AI recording device that you put on your wrist or on your lapel, and it records, forever, infinitely. You can just record 24 hours a day. Everything you do is being fed into this AI listener, and it documents the whole thing. So my plan is to put this thing next to my primary Anon account, and then get transcripts of what everybody says as well and publish that as well.
To answer somebody's question in the chat, how do you do that with ChatGPT? So if you were to go to ChatGPT like right now and just tell it to listen to your background, then you could tap in and continue to talk and do what you're doing. But then you'll also see in your ChatGPT, it will then start to populate the words that are being said in the space. And then you can take that whole bite or however long, you have it going for, and then tell it to, okay, what you've received, please begin to categorize it. You can give it, cues to categorize on, like, I think Roger was saying, like, give me all the lefty shit. Like, I want to, talk about all the leftism shit. Like, so whatever, start from there. But it's easy to do because all you're really doing is just giving a prompt. But I don't know too far much into the technical other applications that are out there.
So I got a question. Is Blue in the audience? Is that Mikhail, potential terrorist supporter Mikhail? Because I can recognize my nipple anywhere in Blue's PTR. Blue, is that you, Mikhail? Oh, he's been hypnotized, I think. He's worried now about all the terrorist shit he said on this app. So now he's like, I'm not even gonna say one more word unless they get one more voice recognition on my dopey, stupid accent.
No, Mikhail is the guy. If you open his profile, Mikhail is the first one that he
Well, Mikhail took a screenshot of my titty. He likes to play it here for everybody.
Yeah, but if you see this, the screenshot of the screenshot.
You see, what you fail to understand is that by having a picture of my titty on your cell phone doesn't make you cooler. It makes you the beta cuck. Anyways, where is Hunter Shackelford?
She retreated after she got caught up in some scam that she got caught for.
Who?
Hunter Shackelford.
Oh, but that was years ago. I haven't seen her around for like 3 years.
You didn't happen to hear the Isaac Hayes room today where everything in this white man's world is a scam except for Isaac Hayes?
Was that on fan base or was that on here?
It was on here, and there was an African American gentleman in the stage who was calling him out saying, "This motherfucker, he just runs investment scams, taking your fucking money, loser." It was he got called out so bad, it was fucking awesome.
You should at least create different channels for different type of topics. So you have, for example, one for terrorists where you put all anonymous words. Then you have another one for conspiracy theories. Then you have another one just for politics.
Why for conspiracy theories? There's nobody on this app.
I don't know, whatever. I mean,
Is there anybody on this app that says anything?
I don't think anymore, but well, I don't know. For example, the Epstein stuff, like people have got many theories about it.
Yeah, but it's a bunch of dum-dums talking about it.
That's fine, but that's what creates content, right? Either a dumb thing, or an outrageous thing, or a smart take.
Listen, if I don't win the primary in March, and maybe I'll start to diffuse my name from the index, and because I'll probably be looking for a job. My last day with the IRS was in May of this year. I was a facilities consultant, and so basically I opened and closed IRS offices across the Midwest for the past 5 years. And let me tell you, I've been to a lot of IRS offices. Revenue officers, revenue agents, they need to clean their fucking office. Instead of spending millions of dollars building them new fucking offices, these stupid employees who don't do shit to begin with need to clean their fucking office because it's filthy. And these fat fucking tax collecting pigs sit there in their filth and they want multi-million-dollar offices built for them. Meanwhile, there's no fucking analytics, and if we invest money here and we invest, it's just spend. So I'm running for Congress. All of my Clubhouse content I feel is valuable information. And, I hope everything is branded for John Kitover for Congress. So that's my goal, and that's what I'm doing.
Good for you.
Go on an entire tour talking about cleaning your office.
But John, could you, in the future, think about maybe the top, I don't know, 3 or 4 houses that you tend to record here on this app, and then just put the content in a way that okay, hey, let's go see what's happening in Chillism. Let's go see what happened in Patty's room, whatever the fuck that one's called. If it was that easy, then I think you would get more people from Clubhouse going to YouTube to find this shit. Because I want to hear all the dumb takes that the lefties have so that I can create content. They would probably love to hear the stupid takes that people have in this room so they could go and play around with it. But it just needs to be more searchable, more easily to find what you're looking for.
I agree. It's a challenge, but it's just raw, and I can chop it up into shorts, but the live streams are crazy. The amount of live streams I have. the amount of information I've uploaded into YouTube by essentially recording, phone to phone. It's unbelievable. Some of these YouTube accounts I have thousands of live streams of and you're never going to sit there and go back and watch that shit. You'd be fucking retarded to waste your time that way because it's not interactive, but it's what I've done. And, I don't know, it's probably stupid, but eventually I'm going to pull the plug on what I'm doing here. I'm not going to sit here and record Clown House the rest of my life. At least I don't think I will.
Well, again, if you are interested, just give a try in regards to taking some of those YouTube posts and dropping it into your ChatGPT. Ask it for a prompt that you're looking for and see what results you get and try to play with it a little bit.
And I struggle listening to recordings, even on Clubhouse or even podcasts. There's nothing better than while it's going live. So, what does it really say to the people that watch your restreams? Because I can't stand a replay, let alone recording on it.
I agree.
I've never watched one.
I agree. I mean, that's why I say it's not really one-to-one. It's not like I'm doing a perfect screen record. First of all, it's phone to phone. Zen and Mini on here does do screen recordings through Club Deck, I think. And his are kind of interesting, but to me, like, this is a closed community. There's no new users. Is there any party hats in this fucking room? No. So this is a closed community that does not grow. And even the passerbys on my live streams on YouTube, they don't know what they're listening to. And I think sometimes people are just like shocked to see all these phones and saying, a lot of people are like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
It's also because people don't know how to take the value out of the room sometimes, like sometimes you have these rooms that go on for hours and people are doing sleepovers in these rooms and there's so much being said.
Hey, hold on. And I think Lunty, and he's in the chat, he might have some information on Hunter. So Lunty, come up here. We're looking for Hunter. Come here. Go ahead, Angel.
If you were able to utilize some of these tools to help take out the value that is actually in the room, you might have a better take on some of your social media efforts. Like you're doing the YouTube and stuff. But let me close my mic and I'll let you talk.
I have no information for you guys. I'm just asking why are you looking for this person?
Do you know who Hunter is?
I've heard the name.
She's in my PTR.
Is that your answer?
No, I'm just saying she's in my PTR. I'm showing you who she is.
It's kind of like if you
So why are you looking for
know
her?
who the person is, if you know who she is, you get it, and you would never.
So did she have a C-section, or is that, what is that under, stomach?
Okay, I think I understand. What type of room is this?
Oh, you do with Hunter.
What kind of room is it?
That's one of those spaces.
See, I think Pepe's actually a comedian, and he doesn't even know it. But he is an absolute racist, bigot piece of shit. But nonetheless, I don't know if you know who Kim Cutts is, but Kim Cutts is one ratchet ass motherfucking bitch. And if you've ever been to a Kim Cutts experience on this app, you have not heard the comedy yet. I don't know, Mojo. Do you know Kim Cutts?
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, you're not a true Clubhouse user if you have not heard of him.
I don't find her as entertaining as when Billy used to do her rooms. I thought Billy was. I don't typically find women funny. I think women, for the most part, are not funny. But Millie
not supposed to be.
Was funny? What happened to Millie? She's still alive, right?
Yeah, she does rooms every once in a while. I can still see her. Like the last time I saw her was probably like 3 weeks ago.
When you say she was funny, do you mean like in a Schadenfreude way, where like you found her misery to be funny, or did you find her to be, entertaining? Like, because she's self-destructive in a very, very deep way.
When she would fucking crash out and fucking shout at the top of her fucking lungs, you $2 whore, suck my dick from the back, that shit to me is fun. That's in my wheelhouse for fun.
Yeah, I remember I love those things.
She doesn't now that, like, I know when she started getting sober, she said she hates to hear that. She doesn't like, she doesn't like when people, found that behavior to be funny. She thought it was bad herself.
Well, let's just say she's got a great personality and leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm really like
So, ladies and gentlemen, what is it that we have learned most about our fellow Americans on this app? Anybody?
Maybe, yeah.
Nothing is surprising anymore.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I am gonna say it. Many of them are socially suicidal. That's what I think.
I do. I do.
I like Tuckers too.
Oh my God, well, let's come over to my house this weekend. You're invited. Okay.
Do you think this app had any role whatsoever in helping Donald Trump get elected?
Yeah.
Who said yes?
Me.
Yeah. This app doesn't have, even in its peak, didn't have enough people that could move the needle in any state.
Well, Augustus, I'm going to work with him on my campaign, and I'm going to pay him to do some creatives for me. And the point is, it's possible that him and his wife helped Kennedy get into office. And if Kennedy turned all his votes and encouraged all of his people to vote for Trump, in that small way, I think this app did commit regime change against Kamala Harris.
Well, what about that's fine. I'm yelling after all these guys.
They didn't help Trump get in there. They don't help Trump. They didn't come up people out. I think. Yeah. I'll leave them. A lot of people.
Hey, those of you that still can aside for Ali are fucking hilarious. You guys really like those burgers.
I don't speak with Ali since the thing that happened was like I think December 2022.
What about his,
Thing.
what about his background prior to that? That didn't give you a clue.
Well, I didn't even know what he was. We became friends for years, but I didn't know anything about him. Just like I didn't know anything about those other people that ended up being very popular and had influence. I had no clue. And then I went about after being in Clubhouse, so I started back to listen. But I didn't know.
Ali Alexander, the gay pedophile that helped to organize Stop the Steal, who was a convicted felon prior to that, and people that hang out in quote-unquote conservative clubhouse used to be under his spell because they couldn't tell from
wasn't,
You had to go to the rooms with like less than 20 people that were the conservatives would do a little circle jerk, and guys like Anthony Meyer and Ali Alexander would sit there and preach to the people, and they would bow down and lick their bones. That was what was happening. It was, you know how you have Trump sycophants? These were sycophants for Trump supporters. It was hilarious. He went and he recruited a couple of like the really like naive, impressionable young. They weren't even conservatives. They were just young, impressionable people, and he recruited them, to join him in whatever his evil doing was. And you don't see those people on the app anymore.
speaking of Sika, let me turn around to Sika. Listen, what, how do you think, like, do you care, when you say something controversial, do you care how your listeners react, or do you just not give a shit?
I don't think controversial things.
Oh my god, we just did licking their balls or something. Like, come on, that's not controversial.
You know, if it actually happened. Yeah.
Do you have anything controversial on there?
I was there.
So that's where people get sick ass.
They would
No,
sit there.
nobody's balls.
Listen, you guys would sit there, and any time the person was loud, you guys said, like, that was like the measuring stick for who was the most conservative. You guys started with Alex Miller, who's not a conservative, by the way. Then you guys went into the Ali Alexander camp. Then you guys got into the Andrew Myers camp. And anytime there was somebody on the app that actually, like, might have done something in politics, somebody like Marshall or maybe Stephen Bader, you guys would treat them like shit. You guys are fucking weird. Like clubhouse conservatives are amongst the most retarded people I've ever met in my fucking life.
Marshall's been on here a long time.
To be fair, Marshall has done more for the Republican Party than the entire rest of those conservative clubhouse groups combined.
Yeah, of course I had. That's you know, Joe. I can't make politics without that.
Stephen was badass, that way.
Look, Stephen finally got respect. You guys used to fuck with Stephen, and you didn't realize how in the game he was. You guys thought because he was the redheaded kid from the middle states that that he wasn't shit. He didn't have the big over the top personality. He wasn't grooming kids. He wasn't sucking cock. So like you guys didn't like them the same way that you did the other guys. Like as long as your conservative heroes are sucking cock and talking loud, those are the guys that believe.
That's not true. Stephen has been my friend since day one.
I have a
And
video.
Marshall as well.
We saw how many people are still friends with Clovis after he said that he wanted to fuck my son.
Wait, who was it? Who was it?
That second day guy?
No, it's not.
Damn, he said that too? That's
I
crazy.
didn't know that.
You don't remember that?
No, I didn't.
He had a
We had an argument.
He had a cope session a couple weeks ago for himself because I guess he got into it with Andrew or somebody else, but he had to have a room to like pacify himself because he was that emotionally upset about, everybody knows these conversations are so stupid. It's unbelievable, and that's why I think recording them has some value because it is like it's like a mini high school or something, I mean, but again, like Mojo said, when somebody from this app, commits a crime and they were known on here or something, I mean, it all gets flushed away in the next news cycle. What is El Normo going to talk about tomorrow at 9 a.m. in a room, Issa has put together some of my favorite rooms in the itty bitty titty community, you know, with Rabbi McDickerson. It's such a nice melange of different viewpoints. It is global in nature. And I think,
I can't
yeah.
stand Dickerson. I just like him. I just like you when you're unserious.
Well, wait, who was, anyways, I'm just saying that the arguments, the rivalries, the hatred, like, it's all just a stage. It's all drama. And I hope everybody has enjoyed it. I've tried to document as much of it as I possibly can because I know this is limited. I don't think that I'll be here forever. I don't think you'll be here forever. But, you know, I'm not saying this is goodbye.
Okay, but we have to stop saying that this is staged. These are people's actual persona. Like, they're
No,
not-
I agree. I agree.
And then I bring all the people from the different corners of Clubhouse for you so they clash for your content.
Yeah, and it has to be controversial content. Otherwise,
The clashes what gets the numbers and what gets the attention. Let me just say the clashes what gets the attention. But if you've been here long enough and if you've really like tapped into like the various spaces, even in some of like just like the other side, whatever, you know, but I'll just call someone of us that, you begin to really
Yeah, most of them are.
Again, it's like you get to hear these fucking personas loud and clear. You can kind of call a shot, you know, ahead of time if you really pay close attention. Like people actually, you know, it's weird. You know, like I have a ear. A lot of the shit that's being said on here isn't something that somebody would say to you dead to your face. I mean, that's just a fact. So when you're, you know, taking some of these spaces and you think, you know, you're trying to get an edge, this is to the person who is recording them. If you're taking some of these spaces and you're trying to record them and give them to people who aren't cultured here, it's gonna become, you know, a different take on content or maybe the message that you're trying to bring across.
I'm content harvesting, you know. But I will say the Freddie Roosevelt rooms, a couple of years ago, maybe those were very funny rooms. That guy Freddie Roosevelt is very funny.
Yeah, right. He's everything original character, but again, it's persona, you know, like, but it was a very well played persona.
Well, I mean, I think this is also an ESL, you know, language training platform. I think a lot of international speakers get a lot of, as JB says, grace on stage because they're not native English speakers. And they come here to interact with people who speak English proficiently. So, you know, that's a big part of this app as well. And it's a huge fucking waste of time.
That's so funny. I sometimes listen into the rooms where I don't understand anything that they're saying, and I'm either brought up to the stage or I troll in the chat, and so yeah, I do find those rooms like cheating.
Hey, Angel, could you describe Clubhouse culture? Because my belief is it's just internet culture. It's not. There's really nothing unique about it.
So I would say this. If you're a seasoned winner and you know, been here from the very beginning and you're still here now, we were just having this conversation on those days, like there are people who have kind of like the Matrix or
Do you remember the guy that used to get modded up in Million Marathon? Forget his fucking name. But he had in his bio that he was the guy that came up with land your plane and you're in the Matrix, which was a complete fucking lie. I forget his fucking name. Hold on. No, it was a dude that had it in his thing. I'm trying to think of his fucking name. If you give me a second, I'll think of it. He was like a big black dude. He had no fucking personality, and for whatever reason, they bought him up. And he had no claim to fame. He couldn't fucking, string together words to put a sentence together. So he puts in his bio that he came up with these things. And like only once did somebody call him out on it. And the most obvious thing is like his profile was like created like a year after like these sayings were even like introduced to the clubhouse.
really quick that I also forget who you're talking about, but I do remember the conversation when he was confronted on it. But like so, but again, like you guys can like kind of acknowledge that there's things that I've said on here, like see how that goes, right? Like people say that shit to me, and then they come back and they're like, and they're telling stories about themselves, and they're like, I said see how that goes, and then I'm thinking like, oh my gosh, like you learned that from here, the term diabolical and like how it's being used, and like then you people went back to this application talking about their lived experience out in the world, and they're like telling people that they utilize these certain terms and phrases and shit. I'm just thinking to myself like, I've had people in the real world think you're fucking them, but they're probably too afraid to tell you, right? Like, so there is this difference when people tap in on here, right? They know that they could have this reckless type of persona and not really have to have any accountability for what comes with that. Now we've known the dark side has taken that too far. People, the way that they've so said doxed, right? They've redefined what doxing means. We don't know what doxing was before we got the fuck on here. What doxing means now has literally become a part of that clubhouse culture. People don't, they're like, oh, I don't tell my family about this application because I don't want my family members to be hurt. Well, they know that there's a culture on here where their loved ones can be subjected to certain things, certain innocent, they say one thing about their kid and it turns into a whole content about somebody's child being, hurt in all ways. I mean, the app is just, it has its weirdness, but I do think, there is a clubhouse culture also.
And this darky slave made it people and make content.
Are you guys under the impression that those guys are popular because they tend to post anything?
Well, it's more popular than over here. I mean, a lot of people watch them. And MJ's comment on darky slaves made it there.
What do you think Tim Pool's reach is?
A lot of the things have spilled from Clubhouse and made it to at least it's monetizing. He's making a shitload of money with his content.
Who is this?
Something that anybody can say here on Clubhouse.
Wait, who is this?
Timble's play. Timble's play is the set live stream channel podcast. Live camera stream.
Yeah, I don't think so, but he's pretty big. You're in the Matrix, Joe.
What do you guys?
It's 3.5 million between his three teams.
Do you guys listen to Tim Pool?
We can have this.
Never know. No, I click here and there. I click here and there, but
Yeah, but it shows 3.5 million. It's 1.6, 1.5.
Yeah. So you guys remember the lies that he told about how he wasn't getting paid by RT, and then the evidence came out that he was. You guys remember the lies that he told about that?
that's all fine, but people watch him. That's the point. It doesn't matter, like, all the boundaries.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. You're missing my point. I get it. There's podcasts and people watching. I'm talking about real influence. This guy, like, and the people he would have influence over. This guy told people that he did not get money from RT, and then it came out that he does get money from RT. And I would just ask, is there anybody here that takes somebody like Tim Pool serious, or gets their news from him, or thinks that he has valuable insights? I'm just curious.
My dad is also 62.
Out of curiosity,
I was thinking it's artesian.
And he go over and go on with the Daily Wire and
Russian television, Russian national television.
yeah, what's the impact of it here in America? Sort of
I mean, see how if
He's
he's
probably literally getting paid by Russian propagandists. And Americans are like, oh man, let me eat that shit up.
Yeah, Joe, have you ever watched RT where they talk about the Ukraine?
Hold on, if you make the argument that Tim Pool's not influential, then how could RT paying him be influential is what I meant.
I'll tell you who he's influential with. It's not serious people. There's a certain subculture that find a guy that wears a beanie and rides a skateboard and uses small words. I think they find that refreshing because social media is being rejected.
Why do you still host speaking? Why do you still host speaking king? I'd love to travel, but
I don't trust
can y'all please pretend I'm famous?
and Candace Owen, far lefty. But you guys, if they say one thing that resonates with you, you don't care if they believe it. You don't care any of that. I would bet that there's people on the stage that are fans of both Tim Pool and Candace Owen. I would bet there's at
And
least
that's
one
all
person.
fine. You don't
I
need
would bet
everyone.
They also like
So everyone, you can think
I
of
would bet
everyone
there's at least
invested
one.
whatever.
I would bet there's at least one person that likes
Fine. All of that is fine, but the point here is not the quality of the information, the fact they actually arrive to millions of people. And it doesn't matter if they're like the most retarded people, they are reaching to a lot of your nationals. The people in the US consume them. And whether you think they're dumb or not, they're the people voting and they have influence on them.
I really like Candace Owens for two things. One, because
her skin routine.
no. I think she is. No, I'll leave that comment to myself. But I like her for two reasons. One, because I love her her little thing that she did with kind of the exposure on the organization Black Lives Matters, and I like her also because she did something with Kanye, and I love the fact that she wore the White Lives Matters T-shirt. That's really the only two reasons.
Wait, you like Kanye?
Yeah, Connie, I hate you. That's the only thing.
I grew up listening to Kanye.
You like his new song,
I don't listen to his new
You don't like the new song?
I've never heard it. I don't.
Yeah, the Kanye song is amazing.
It's how
That's all.
I grew up with Kanye, so if you can just imagine just having a little bit of respect for him because of his touch on, on the culture of the music, and so, it's, that's why I like it. But it's not.
So you overlook the fact that he hates Jews.
I don't overlook the fact that he hates Jews, but I don't believe his hate for Jews is actually genuine. I think that he actually has a vendetta because of some of the elements that have happened to him, and again, I think the things that he is, I think the things that he is,
Also, this really weird discourse where like people about.
so I think some people, when it comes down to taking accountability for the monster that they created of themselves, they run away from that, like they're literally running away from
journey of personal growth, not just trying to nurture them like how we've all been nurtured by, you know, so kind of some new content and you're responsible for nurturing that. I think there's a lot of neglect that happens, and we do see tragedy with a lot of celebrities. I think Kanye is one of them. And just in his, you know, I think episodes with, you know, fucking mental health breakdowns and stuff like that.
After all,
I think that's what's happened. He paid for breast reduction surgery. He's taking a lot of drugs and he's beyond that. You know, diagnosed with bipolar. If that had been there before, maybe not.
Guys, I got a question for Isa. Isa, how do you feel about state Israel? How do you feel about this situation?
Honestly,
Russia, Ukraine. She's a big Putin stand.
I think it was one of the conflicts that I think that's why I tried to flush it out. And I was like, it's sort of outside.
When you say red flag, can I learn your take on it? If you don't mind briefly.
sorry, can you repeat it? I'm just taking the call right now. We didn't call the show the flash, and I missed it.
What's it ask, Angel?
Oh, because of civilization. One slides has actually civilization and has morals and is compatible with Western society, and wants to live in peace, and you have the other side, which is death, who wants to constantly be killing the people from Israel. They are trying to fulfill prophecy. They are not used to living in peace. I don't know. They're can never have. They're terrible.
So again, she gets this conflict, right? You ask her that. She all of a sudden she starts releasing.
I think in Russia, Ukraine both are thugs, and you cannot. I don't stand for the values of Ukraine thugs. It's very thug, and it's also one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And in a way, they of course they're going through what they're going through, but it's not like they get just because that little bitch they have as president goes whining everywhere. That doesn't make him a virtuous man. He's very far from being a virtuous man. I'm not defending either Putin, but I don't think that Ukraine is completely blameless. You know, I think that they both got what they wanted to get into. That's it. I mean, like, and you think, or you because you believe that Russia is worse, then that makes Ukraine good, and I don't believe that.
Ukraine doesn't have to be good to be the victim of tyranny. And I think the interesting thing is
here's the story of Kitover. Once upon a South Korea's rising basketball stars. He had a bright future ahead of him, but everything changed in a single moment. During a fire, Kim risked his life to save his girlfriend. He managed to get her out safely, but he couldn't save himself. The injuries he suffered were life-changing, and what followed was heartbreaking. After seeing him in that condition, his girlfriend left him. As if that wasn't enough, his basketball career came to an abrupt end. The sport he loved was taken from him. Fame turned into silence. Recognition turned into solitude. Today, Kim lives alone in a small
go into, giving an understanding of the
van.
Dill diet.
Bark at your dog.
Here's how you make life super easy to ingredient.
Disagree with something. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I do, for the most part, agree with your position that we're both pieces of shit. But I do think the question is the bigger piece of shit. So,
So you're really cleaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely an echo.
This is not gonna help Latina fucking stereotypes when it comes to asking.
It's fine, listen, I clean toilets, I make delicious sandwiches, and I'm fine with that. I'm a woman. I know
is that what you said when you were supposed to something?
Exactly, and like, listen, I am a weapon, I have to honor my, and what you say, my process or whatever.
Floors and windows too.
The what?
Do you do the floors and windows too?
Actually, right now I'm doing work, yeah, just like on the weekend I did the windows, and they're like so clean right now. You don't want to go over there,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just.
and you know what, I mean, I love cleaning actually, I hate relaxing.
Well, I think Abby's about to tell you if you move to Vegas anytime, she would.
I gotta say something to Miss Lopez. Miss Lopez, when I said that the guy came with those tips to say, he said that his correct.
With Kristen, as a female, yeah.
No, hold on.
Yeah, it's not yet away the color of your skin. And these people are very clear.
There could be two different people. No, he's PTRing right now.
So while we're waiting for Roger, Rich, if Roger was to pay would be the bigger piece of shit.
Why do you still post if you can't?
Apparently, this sound makes you
really hate the listeners.
know, right? I gotta ask Alex, since you put it out there, and I got.
No, I just think Zelensky and Ukraine are, I think Ukraine's a corrupt fucking piece of shit country before the war. I think Zelensky's a huge piece of shit, but I also hate the Russian Federation.
I just hate how, they're funneling money out of American politicians are funneling money out of the aid that we send over there. I see it as a big foreign quid pro quo, and if anything, it's paying back defense contractors that ultimately donate to American politicians. And I'm going to just take.
Hold on, my phone died. I just want to yeah, so this guy's profile, if you go to it, this is the guy from Million Marathon that fucking would come in there, and if you look at coin the clubhouse term, you're in the matrix and crashing, please. Okay, so he didn't say that, please. He said, you're in the matrix. Now, that is such an obvious lie, but people make these claims, and by the way, some of you guys follow this guy.
I do. Yep. I'm with him. But Mark Diaz was, he
he was more of one of the founder voices, where his logic, tend to reason with the space. But
why did he make up a claim in his bio? It's about club.
I don't know that one. Yeah, quite a deal about that. Yeah, that happened way before I still knew what Mark Bates was.
To remind you, I bet there's actually people calling the same thing with her. Because there's also a woman claiming that she coined, or she started the phrase in the Matrix and two other things. But yeah, totally different person then. So I apologize.
I would just say a lot of people say a lot of stupid shit. For example, like I said, Angel said that sex is cannibalism. That was just an example.
What?
It's not just a tactic.
Yeah, she said if you suck a man's dick, even if you don't swallow the sperm, it's cannibalism. If a man eats her bitch, it's cannibalism.
And I'm really doing that. I'm not like if you don't swallow it, I'm like you're eating it. Oh my god. There he is, folks. It's Marcus.
Hey, I also invented the Matrix. Hey, more than that, I invented the only club. I invented the only club. Yeah, but you're incorrect.
Did you trademark it? Did you go and trademark it?
No, unfortunately.
He didn't trademark their stuff. There was a guy who would, what was his name? Hunter, 10K.
10K cards.
10K cards. And he was like, he would take people's like club names or house names or whatever, and he would go and get the domain for them. And then
Yes, and then try to sell it back to him. So he would get a domain broker where he'd get a discount on getting the domains, and he would get people to give him money, and he would say, okay, I'm gonna blow this thing up, and then he would want to know what your company name was, or what your full name was, like whatever your brand was, and then he would go get a domain in that name, and then he'll go, look, I've secured this domain for you, and then he would sell it back to you for a profit. It was the
not every version of what you could possibly want your shit to be.
.net.com, all the shit. And motherfuckers just gobbled his cock. It was fucking so crazy.
That was a good time. It was a really good time. That one was fucking good. It was a good business.
Do you guys remember? Well, Angel, you've been here a long time. I'm trying to think who else might have been here at the very beginning. When do you remember before the saying "You're in the Matrix"? What the popular saying was prior to that?
You're glitching?
Nope. In Black Clubhouse, which I spent most of my early days in. First, I came in to do like some of the like the whole business rooms. Then I discovered Black Clubhouse, and all they used to say was, "You're in the pipes." That was the saying.
Roger, that's so fucking day one.
You're in the pipes.
Or something in the water, or I forgot the other one, but yeah, that the fishbowl, yeah, there was, gosh, that's a good one. Yeah, I forgot that one. You know when we first came on here, everybody used to have like those like rooms where they were like high energy and like manifestation and things like that. So I came into one of the spaces and it was like, I have this wonderful idea. I think this is gonna be, something that can go really big, and it was like I wanted to come and get your guys' advice and tap into your space. Do you remember you like kind of like how to promote yourself before people actually listen to you, right? So I was like pumping myself up, and I was hoping that I can share this
Clubhouse, by the way. They were people that just didn't realize that if they knew the onboarding room and people came onto the app, they'd follow this person because they think that something.
Oh, not the fucking follows. Do you remember when they used to follow away from us?
Oh, and Marcus, when India came online, I remember the moment it came online, and I opened a room in Healthy Debates of all places, with titles like Vishnu, Brahma, blah blah, and like whatever, and who's the most powerful, and like those rooms would get like instantly 1,000 people in the room, and then all of a sudden people were following me, like a fuckload of people were following me that were Indian, and then I remember one day somebody saying, "Hey, do you have me blocked?" And I go, "How do I know?" Because before you couldn't even see your block list, right? And then when they made some update, you were able to see your block list. I think it was when you had a chance to make your profile private or whatever. And so somebody goes, "Oh, you gotta go here or whatever." And then when I looked at the block list, I was like, "Fuck, I got a ton of people blocked." And I looked, and all of the people on the block list were all the Indian names. I never blocked those people. Clubhouse, on my behalf, went in and instituted a block because they didn't want me cavorting with them. I think what they saw was there was like 2 days in a row where I had these rooms that were the biggest Indian rooms on Clubhouse were led by me asking questions about Indian food and their gods and all this kind of crazy shit. And it was that was not what Clubhouse wanted. They wanted the Indians to have their own.
Oh, okay. I never knew that they did that.
I think they sent back India 100 years at least.
That's fucking, that's lost. I never knew that. I'm just learning that. I didn't hear you ever say that before.
That's horrible. That's a fucking lawsuit, man. Is that a lawsuit, Marcus? Is that just a lawsuit thing now? They block people from.
They walked around the door.
It's not like it's not.
When it's like racist.
Well, they blocked. It was interesting when I learned that Grant Cardone would actually like block like Clubhouse that blocked him from coming on the application, but it was right in and around the time where he was having that fallout with John Adair. Thought that was interesting.
You guys remember JT Fox?
Oh yeah. We all remember JT Fox.
I got a JT Fox story for you from Chicago because he was running his bullshit consulting, seminars here, and a girl that I was dating, her sister's husband was involved in his, real estate success secret course bullshit. So he called me. I talked to him on the phone. And at the time, I had owned a bunch of websites that were making a decent amount of money, and he was yelling at me on the phone and talking down to me on the phone. And so when I saw my girlfriend's sister, I said, "Hey, I talked to that guy JT Fox on the phone. He's a fucking prick and a douchebag. Like he was talking to me, like I'm his asshole." And she started laughing. You're like, "Yeah, he's a prick and all this," but that guy has been pulling that same shtick and his same, real estate success secrets or business success secrets. It's the oldest trick in the book.
You know what his deal was? So, when like I said, when I first got on the app, when I very first got here, I was in like these business rooms and the success gurus and whatnot, and because a friend of mine that invited me said, "Hey, you should check this out." So I go into these rooms, and when I first got exposed to JT Fox, I I was working on a project, and they were saying, like, they were pretending that they were going to give money and invest in these companies. I didn't know what this app was, and I was just like, I'll throw my fucking little idea out there and see if somebody wants to throw me some money, right? And so, like,
It's your pitch.
so I did the whole pitch thing, and then JT Fox and another guy basically, like, shat all over it, right? But then they said, you know what, I got something I want to send you, and then they reached out to me in the back channels. This woman asked me for my phone number. This back when I had my real name on here, I gave my phone number out. This woman calls me and says, hey, can I set up some time for you to speak with JT? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I didn't know he was a scam artist. I had no idea. Found out all, started doing the Google search of that all later. But what he does is he goes, hey, look, you were mentioning, your idea, and he goes, it's not investable, but I can help you get there. If what you need is you need to do a few things, and I can help you do that. I can sell you a block of consulting hours, and like he was going to help me get to the point where he can then help me get the investment dollars. And I was just like as soon as he went into that pitch, I realized exactly what those rooms were about. It wasn't about investing in anything. It was about selling consulting hours.
And the funniest shit that I've ever seen in Clubhouse was they would bring up these people who were like the fucking cousin or brother or sister of like a 1980s or 1990s fucking famous actors. And like bring them up on stage to put them up there for like 4 hours and let them fucking talk. And they'd be like the only person on stage just like putting them up like a little fucking pedestal of like, what are we fucking doing? Like, this person's like the second cousin of some like 1980s fucking has-been actor. Fucking Clubhouse is stupid.
And they've had A-list actors on here that I don't give some shits about. But I think one of the raddest things, and he was in here earlier, is Timok being in these rooms. I don't know like how I'll explain to you who he is. When I was a kid, there was only one fucking action film, a kung fu movie, that fucking had a black lead in it. And in the neighborhood that I grew up in, that was a big deal for the people I grew up around. They had their own little black superhero. And so, I don't know if you've ever heard of the movie Last Dragon, but it is extremely popular. And Timok comes here all the time. I think that's one of the raddest things. I've been in rooms with fucking MC Hammer. I don't give a fuck about him. I think his music is shit. I think he peaked when he was the bad boy for the Oakland A's. But Timok, he's got he's got that one thing under his belt that's huge. But it endures to today. This fall, maybe the winter time, they're going to re-release the film for its anniversary across the country in select theaters. You don't do that 40 years later unless it was culturally relevant. And so it's pretty fucking rad that guy shows up.
That's right, that's cool. What'd you say, hun?
I was gonna say, what do you guys think about Tom's arrest?
Why'd they arrest him?
I think the charge of battery, I think this happened, some time ago, so.
Wasn't he the guy that said he got fucking herpes from Sarah Fox?
Yeah. Yeah,
Did not that African American guy, or he was in the army, or who was that guy? Did not, I know that name.
You're not. He's like a city actor. But he does all those rooms where he busts people out on their shit and then he brings the receipts. Right? But he twists it. He has this great capability that few people have to twist it and touch, reach and grab that party who says he will kill this guy, or that's horrible, right? Not a lot of people can conjure up that type of emotion
Spears is the most successful F word, N word that I know on this app.
Oh my God, where's Hammy?
Also, don't forget, I think George Santos, that Fagler congressman, is going to jail. He also was on this app.
I want to see that part.
You know who else was on this fucking app? Was fucking Mario Novel guy. That runs the big Twitter Spaces. He was on here. It wasn't a very big deal at all. And when I was on Twitter Spaces, he sent me a message and he asked me, oh, you the dude from Clubhouse? And I was like, oh shit. And then I talked to him a couple of times. That guy, he blew up in the same way that Million Marathon blew up over on Twitter by just doing the bot trick. Somebody's got to figure that out.
What is that?
Yeah, I know, where they overset the room.
Well, no, where like, do you remember when Jeremy Green exposed the fact that on Twitter he was creating bots to make those rooms look more relevant than they were, which drew more traffic to the rooms. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, what was the famous topic about that? Jeremy is a character. I don't know what I like about him, but he's a character.
I like nothing about that asshole.
No, that guy was like a P. Diddy party fucking faggot. He got turned out.
Do you guys ever go on Twitter or TikTok for them?
Wait, he's on TikTok?
No, I'm asking, do you guys go on TikTok?
I don't download Chinese spy apps.
Recently,
So,
I got
it's
some real good, but I got a lot of spam. It's a weird scam too.
I figured out a trick, those are goals though, because Wi-Fi engine. Then I would walk from my man camp over to the cafeteria. Then I would go from one Wi-Fi router to another. And in between going from one to the other, also on stage, it would lose connection for a few seconds, then reconnect. And while you're on stage, it'll actually drop you from the stage. But then once you look down at your phone, you're like, oh shit, I'm still on stage. But wait a minute, my picture's not up there. My profile's not there. So then you can unmute and you can just say whatever the fuck you want and like crash out as much as you want. And there's nothing they can do because the little blocks, the block is fucking gone. So they're like, hey, somebody remove him. And I'm like, just fucking crash out on stage. And they're screaming. They're like, hey, how do we get rid of this motherfucker? They're like, he's ghosting. So whenever I'm in my house, I'll walk out my driveway, I'll walk all the way into the end of the driveway, and then I start losing Wi-Fi signal, and I wait about 5 or 7 seconds, and then walk back up, and then it fucking shows that I dropped. But I can still unmute and just fucking talk, and they can't click on the thing to like remove me from the room. Like imagine if I disappeared right now, and I can still unmute, and Roger and Marshall have no way to like kick me. Like just say whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, it's what TikTok is.
That's like when they first created houses and they had that lobby concept where you couldn't mute people, you couldn't throw them out. It was they were just in a lobby. And Tommy, and you couldn't mod, you couldn't do anything. But like, and Tommy, some of your guys' favorite racist that was on this fucking app, he's in there fucking. And Abby was in there. He's saying all kinds of crazy ass anti-Semitic shit, and nobody can do a single thing. And that thing blew up. I mean, blew the fuck up. Even Clubhouse fucking employees jumped in there, and then when they heard what Tommy was saying, they literally clipped his account instantly. Some of you guys are probably still friends with Tommy.
Do you remember there was this thing that happened? I don't know if anyone else can give a description of it, but your followers, the followers were the biggest fucking thing on this app. Like,
only to the cloud chasers.
Well, that would happen. I don't think that because
Yeah, but Angel, the problem with followers was, is you can fucking look at shit. Because all you have to do is just make up a fucking fake account, and then just fucking follow them, and then you can see every room they're in. Like right now, you both have to follow each other back. If you don't follow me back, like if I follow you, I can't see what room you're in.
Right.
Yeah, you actually have to follow me back.
What I was trying to say about the followers is that it was the numbers, like the amount of people that he had followed you. And I remember specifically one day, Nelson was in his room and he was like, there was this comment that he made, and it was like, about his followers. He's like, I got like 24,000 followers and this and that. And he like, when he said it like with his chest or whatever, right? It was like a big thing. And he was like, a little while after, he was like trying to launch, from here onto the platform of YouTube, and it just didn't take for him. He couldn't get a good grip over there, and he kept slipping. And his content was not as consistent as everybody was so used to seeing him here on Clubhouse. And then one day, motherfuckers clicked into the app, and followers were gone.
Here's why that was gold, though.
I was saying, let me finish this. But something happened. Like, I can't define it, but you can hear it in the tone of people's voice. That those weren't those taken people, name branders, those like the really name people. Like, something happened to the tone of their content, and I will never forget that day.
Well, here's what was great about it. The worst people on this app were the people that fucking had like the followers, but they never followed other people back. They follow like 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 10 people max or some shit like that. And those fucking people are the ones that fucking were the most crushed when they lost their followers. Because if you were mutually following people, then it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, yes, you lost followers, but it's still like when that day happened, like I still had 5,000, mutuals because I wasn't one of these fucking prima donnas that thought they were too good to follow other people. And so, I mean, anybody that lost a bunch of people, I think that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, because if you're mutually following someone, they're mutual, then they become friends, right? They're friends.
Correct.
Understands what went behind these numbers. People would be like as if they were like billionaires, like
YouTube videos.
yeah, like YouTube famous, like real, like as if Clubhouse was paying them, and people actually believed that Clubhouse was paying them because in and around this time there was a lot of shit going on about people making money from the application and coming back onto the application and talking about that they knew people from the other side. They had secret private rooms with the content creators of the app, and they just like really bumped themselves up about the day that they spent get followers away. And that's all it to be people. It was just like a lost soul.
I think that was the closest that Andrew Mars ever considered suicide for that.
No, that guy was never on this app.
Oh, God.
You're talking about the religious guy?
Yeah, he had like 20,000 or 10,000 followers and shit.
Yeah, but nobody ever gave a shit about that guy.
I used to go in and rank.
I know.
I had like 2,800 friends, and I was like, Andrew, you only have like 100. I'm like, I'm more popular than you right now.
It was a glorious day when all that happened. It was amazing. All the fake asses left that day.
So when we got these yellow plus signs for the subscription, I remember I was the girl from the other side. She was like, I don't know what she was doing, but she was saying something about me having so many kids, and then she was like screaming on like the stage about how big my vagina would possibly or is instead of this, and I'm just like, this is fucking weird, right? So a few days went by or whatever, and then we got these plus accounts or whatever, and I remember I was like, me and my Uncle Rohan, like me and my Uncle Rohan got you. I was like, don't touch my fucking PTR, especially if you're a bitch who doesn't like it. Now I can see who touches my PTR. Like, people were like running around talking about how you can see this, but the funny thing is that people didn't realize that with this plus came some of their altered photos, right? It's like if you cropped your photo that were able to see the whole shit, and that right there, that was the funniest fucking part, because you were seeing people like botch themselves up through like the AI filters. And then you could see their screenshot, and it was like, oh bitch, wow, you might not want to do that one. So it was that was another highlight of that. Sorry.
They used to have a fucking house when houses first started. It was the beta house, and it was for a bunch of people that were like dick lickers and fucking people in the app. And I won't say who, but somebody got me the invite to it, and they almost instantly regretted it. There was people that like were like protesting, like, oh, why is he here? And do you guys know who Nozzle is? Anybody familiar with Nozzle?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Nozzle, what a fucking fake ass. This motherfucker, he would fucking go in there and like all he gave a shit about, like everybody had feedback, the kind of feedback that if you were to ask people today, like, hey, what would make the app better, right? Like real feedback would get like beat down, and Nozzle would always talk about like we need to be able to monetize, and like he was always, because he wants to make money from the app. That's all he cared about, right? And so when they were talking about monetizing houses, like that was him. That he was like the engine behind that. And then when they killed that, he tried to figure out a way to like, like monetize it anyways without the app's help. And then he had done so much like essentially free consulting for them on a bunch of topics. And then when they were hiring for somebody, he thought for sure they'd hire him because he'd already done all this work for them. And like he got so pissed because they told him that they weren't going to hire him. But the reason they gave him that they weren't going to hire him is because he didn't live in the U.S. Right? I won't say where he lives, but they said that they were only at the time they were only hiring U.S. People. May or may not have been true. He got so bad. He's seen sometimes on this app, but then he starts going around to different apps. He's now like I don't know if he's CTO or what he is over on Chatter, but like he's finally got himself in as an employee status. I know he doesn't make much money because they don't have any money, but that dude is the fucking funny. Like, why would he fight to monetize? He's never opened a room that's drew more than 4 or 5 people anyways. Like, how is he going to utilize the monetization? So now that he's got like an employee role, I think he's leveraging that. I don't know exactly where he lives, but I'm guessing it's in a fucking part of the world that makes like maybe $3 a day. So, but that guy's fucking fake as shit.
Yeah, but he's super, super smart when it comes to
He's fake as shit, respectfully.
Respectfully, he fixed. I had a problem. He told me how to fix it, going to a developer option. What?
Not caring.
No, he told me how to do it, going to developer options. He fixed it in a minute. I have been emailing Clubhouse, asking. But he
Nozzle is helpless.
Yeah. He's like Geek Squad.
I just find very distasteful, however. So over in the Million Marathon, we have this room where this woman was about to confront these people on the app who scammed her for thousands of dollars. Like it was extraordinary amount. And
Are you talking about Lindsay the horse?
you know I was gonna say that.
Dude, I know all the rules.
Lindsay.
still on here under a different name.
Oh my god, bring her into the fucking space. I want to say hello. I was like, that fucking room was, that was epic ends up happening with this Burma woman, and it was funny because in around the time that she was like, you know, going through this, she was trying to like.
And Barbara was like a TV personality. She was like no.
And it was so crazy because I felt like she was doing fine by herself, but I felt like she maybe thought that she was like obligated to kind of like bring people in with her, you know, into some of her successful moments. Like I remember there was one where Jonathan Bain's daughters came onto one of her morning shows or whatever, and it was a big thing, and he was like,
Hey,
so much.
and we can acknowledge that Jonathan Bain is the stupidest person in all of us.
And it's a complete, absolute fraud. And if anybody wants to peek in here, I'll tell them myself. I actually had to pull myself away from Jonathan. Great, you know, as I want to just say this, I met Jonathan from the very beginning of this application. He has my personal phone number. I have his personal phone number. We were Clubhouse, whatever. I don't want to say friends, but we were Clubhousey, and we did a lot of back chatting and setting up plays and things like that and shit. But a lot of the stuff that he was putting down on this platform was just don't fall for it. That's all I can say. And if you're
He's like
a woman, just
he's just the definition of a bit. Like I don't even want to get into it. He's just
Daphne saves me.
So let's just say like we had a controversial topic, which we titled it clickbait topics. I'd be modded in space or whatever. Many of us would kind of would get like a rundown or like kind of like back chat each other on like, what we were gonna like, kind of talk about next and segue. But there was just like shit like that, like let so and so up and walk so and so or remove so and so from the room or like just shit like that. So it really had to do with like more of how the space was operated and stuff. But you get to learn. Sometimes the true person when how do I say this? When people are too preoccupied with being the green bean, sometimes they lose that, that alter persona that they came on here with and they show their true colors.
Hey, who was the white guy that got grilled when Barbara got kicked out of the money and Lindsay, was under heat, but they had
It wasn't white, it was supposed to be this Mexican dude, Eric.
He certainly didn't look with the Mexican. He looked like white.
He didn't, but he always talked about it. He's like, he's got really fucking weird.
No.
Anyways,
that guy sat on a fucking stage for a fucking hour, letting people just grill him, and he was just like, "Look, I'm here. I'm answering questions. I'm not running away." That room was so pathetic because he's like, come on guys, don't do me like that. Look, I'm here, I'm standing in front of you. He's like, I'm throwing myself at the mercy of y'all. It was just so
dirty though, because they really did it dirty. Like, so he was always the one who was like, when you're in those spaces, like the back channel became, like another highlight to like this app, you know what I mean? It's like if only the back channels could speak, like I would, that should be a rule title. But so you had so much that was going on, and here they were running layer on layer. But do you remember Giuseppe?
Dude, we were just talking about it in the chat. When Giuseppe used to back channel me, and he would just be like, "Mod me, bro. All my followers have come. Mod me, bro." And I'm like, "Fuck you.
I mean, I don't.
Nothing more political. And I think, listen, I swear to God, when they took away the followers, just that he's gone. He never saw him again. But he was just somebody who was like it was weird because I never really actually believed he was who he said he was. And a lot of people vouched for him. A lot of people were like, no, I met just that. He's like really like boo rich. Like he really is.
He reminds me of the animatronic pizza tossing guy from Chuck E. Cheese. That's like that's what he always reminded me of. He never said anything interesting, but he did have the fucking Italian accent. There was some authenticity to it.
I called him Mr. Fabuloso. I know that I'm like, I don't know, but I always called him fucking Mr. Fabuloso. Just because he had like a really shiny head, he reminded me of Mr. Clean, but he had like this accent, and he acted really famous, and his shoes, it was always about his shoes and shit.
Do you remember in season 1 of Clubhouse when if race came up, you get up and you participate in the conversation, and there'd always be a black woman to tell you that you don't have the scholarship. You don't have the scholarship for this conversation. I
I signed up to invest in an Nelson real estate development. I kept getting told by more share.
You can't participate in these type of conversations. And the whole delineation campaign that they went on from those rooms became, I guess, my segue into calling a woman a hardy bitch. Yeah, then all hell broke loose from there. And I made a t-shirt. And so, yeah, that's what happened. But those rooms were people more genuine than they are today about race on this application. They actually had some tones of authenticity to them. And I think people were really trying to have a collaboration on this race topic and what they could
I totally fucking disagree. I think it was way worse then. Back then, we were still in this world where if you called somebody a racist, people would panic and be like, oh, I don't want to be called that. And they would get away with saying the most asinine shit. They would tell you that science is racist, history is racist, math is racist.
oh yeah, everything
That shit was absurd.
that's for black people. Black people can never be racist, right?
Well, it went beyond that. It was like, this is back when they would do rooms where they would say math is racist, and then they would do this weird like Terrence Howard thing where they would even tell you that like 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4. Like it was that dumb. It's
And it'd be some country ass black dude with this ebonic tone, like there's a ways to go. I remember these times, but I do have to disagree a little bit because I think at those times, remember we all kind of came here as we were, like we had our real names, we talked about our families, we gave real life experiences to this application, and I think again the authenticity was there. I do acknowledge that the authenticity was there. However, I think that there was this trauma bonding kind of culture-ish type thing that was taking place, and people were really trying to have this application be defined as a black app. And
it kind of was.
Well, I mean, okay, let's just
I think all of social audio starts that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's like, fan base is like not even like a worldwide app or even a national app. It's more like an Atlanta metro app. When this app was created, one of the strategies, if you talk to guys like Ed, news
wanted as influencers in the beginning, they were very intentional about getting black influencers to drive traffic to the app, and that's why.
What's funny about that, Roger, if you remember, we used to have a Clubhouse icon, and it took a long time for them to bring a black face, and when they did bring a black face, they brought the black face of 3 black men.
Do you remember when Kitover was the shortest lived Clubhouse icon, and he complained to them and said that he tried to argue that he should be the lifelong icon because of the sit rep room that they did, and how he brought so much attention to the app that basically he thought that the app owed him something. It was fucking.
And he killed it because they never did the They were like, fuck it. It just became the wave. And that was the fuck it, and that's what it's been. But I remember specifically that they would have these, these icons come and they would speak and they would generate a space, but these spaces that they were generating never took, they never made the numbers. You're right.
Everyone should have been the face of the app. Nobody has ever so much as he has.
Wait a minute. If you're gonna get a lifetime achievement award for the app and name an app icon, I would say it has to be Norm. Norm is the icon of the app.
No. I mean, like, Edward is everywhere. Edward even platform is Norm. Norm uses it.
And Edwin himself will say that Norm should be the icon.
If you had to give a description of Clubhouse icon today, who would it look like?
John Kitover.
It would look like Roger's whole PTR, man.
I'll never.
It's also very well known in every corner of
I'll never forget. I'm live streaming a room. I'm live streaming a room, and then I'm also live streaming myself, like laying on my bed, listening to the room. And El Normo is watching me on my live stream, listen to him talking, and I just couldn't stop laughing. I was like, "This is so funny that it's just so stupid, but it's entertaining."
I think if they had to name an icon now, they'd have to pick somebody from India. I mean, that's where there's like 10 times the amount of users in India than they have on this side of the app.
How do you know? Because we can't. It's not the entire world. It's not the entire Clubhouse world what we see, right? And
I used to get good information until when I stopped getting information about Clubhouse was when they didn't even care when I said, "Oh, go to Fanbase, fuck you guys." They didn't care about that. They were just like, "He'll be back." But when I fucking went to Chatter, that was like radio silence. I never fucking.
And you said that you were never gonna come back to Clubhouse.
That's it. Look, it's promotion. You wouldn't understand it.
Roger, give me your feedback on that launch.
On Chatter?
Yeah, but like from knowing Nelson from here, what is your overall heart on the team?
Yeah, I'll say this. I have nothing bad to say about Nelson other than, and this is just an honest critique that I think he would accept. He promises things, timelines, features, things like that, and it's never on time. And then when the deadline comes, there's no real, atoning for it. And so if you have a new app, the one thing that you want your yes to be yes, your no to be no. Don't tell people. Shit can happen, but you don't want to promise that hey, it's gonna happen on Friday, and then it doesn't happen until fucking Monday. That's a bad look, and I think that was one of the things that was a false start for them. And then I think the other thing that was a big mistake, in my opinion, was when they first started, they could have done any type of an algorithm that they wanted to. And instead what they did was they chose to promote and highlight certain things. And be able to operate these types of things. I don't think he was ever going to have the kind of money to sustain the ups and downs. They don't have enough money. They don't have enough money. Like, it requires a lot of money, and that's something that they don't have. And so I do think that there were some innovative things that they did. I was like, this is something I'm surprised on. From day one, when they had that polling feature, that was a game changer. I don't think the video was all that exciting because the only people that wanted to be on video were like a couple of like dolled up makeup whores, like that, you know, or I won't even say the person's name, but there was one person that would always, you know, like make the duck lips and fucking pour wine and walk around her house, and it's like nobody else wanted to fucking be on the goddamn camera because most of us are sitting fucking on the couch playing with our dog. Nobody cares about that shit. What's that?
Was the person that you were talking about named after a car?
Yes. Yes. So yeah. But so some of the features that they thought were going to be a big deal, I think nobody gave a shit about. But that polling feature was fire. If that polling feature was here, people, I think that was a game changer. I think big game changer.
Well, I think you're like maybe not understanding the whole concept of the video feature. And because now I'm almost never on Chatter, by the way. But you got me signed up. The reason I don't even go back anymore, by the way, is simply because he said so many problems. I constantly have to reset my passwords, and I just.
Which part do you think I don't understand about the video?
Let me explain the video part. No, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. I'm curious what you think I don't understand.
No, you don't. You're saying like nobody gives a shit about it, and that's wrong. And I'll tell you what they do. So you're not in this room. I am in this room. That's why I know about it. So there's a woman named Dawn Fields who runs a couple of rooms.
I know the movie rooms. I know Dawn.
I know Dawn. Okay.
I know Dawn, and I know that you can do certain things, like you can play a trailer if you want to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Again, nobody cares. Those rooms. Yeah. I get it. 20 people care. Okay.
Okay. Look, you know what?
Look at my email.
I don't even go to the trailer rooms and stuff. I don't go on Chatter anymore. But for what she wants to do, and that's the reason she runs most of her rooms on Clubhouse, or runs the Sunday trailer room on Chatter, because it does have that feature. And you're making light of it, but depending on what you want to do with it, and by the way, for certain people, like he doesn't, I don't think he's on Charter, but like someone like Kitover who does all this like global diplomacy, whatever. I mean, that video feature could be useful to him to go run like interviews, like not his interviews, but like to get news clips, pull them, and show them to people. I mean, it depends what you want to do. It may not be what you want to do, but other people may want to do other things.
Yes. And so, as somebody that spent some time on Chatter, probably more than the rest of the people in this room combined, I can tell you that nobody cared. Are there use cases where somebody could find me and it's sure, but there was nobody on the app to fucking do that. And here's the bigger problem, okay? Here's the fucking real big problem with it, is that if it did catch on, do you have any idea the expense in terms of content delivery if you're streaming the video on your application and you get a bunch of people fucking doing that? If everybody's turning on their camera, for fuck's sake, or if you're just streaming a video that everybody's consuming, the amount that it would cost, if you think audio is expensive to deliver, which it is, video is the most, it's the most media-rich file that you can deliver on the internet, right? It's not an image, it's not text, it's the fucking biggest fucking thing that you can deliver. It's massive. And audio's smaller than video, but video's magnitude's bigger. But audio's expensive too. If they would have hit the scale of Clubhouse, they would have went out of business just trying to deliver video. They would have had to turn the feature off or start charging people $10 a month.
about it, the poor little Guatemalan that was trying to tell him these things that he's saying right now. But no, he didn't know all of that before. And maybe America, maybe you have some recordings of this time when I was being crucified in Roger. And I was criticizing Roger, I was criticizing the quote chatter, exactly the same thing he's saying right now. And he was calling me what was he saying? I don't remember the exact word, but basically he was saying that I was just giving him like bad luck or whatever, and I was a downer and a pessimist and whatever.
No, there's two things. First of all, why would I ever listen to a Guatemalan chicken farmer? I like that. But that's not the reason why I wanted to leave Clubhouse. When they did the meeting, when they delivered the news about asynchronous chat, when Paul did his town hall telling people we're gonna make some big changes and nobody's gonna like it. He was correct. Nobody's gonna like it. That was when I was like, dude, fuck this fucking app. And
I'm not criticizing you for not liking Clubhouse. I'm criticizing what they did. I'm criticizing you for how much you trusted chatter, and I
no, you're wrong, and your interpretation of what happened there is just fucking incorrect, and I'll explain it to you. Anybody that knows me knows that this is true. I was pissed at fucking Clubhouse. Clearly I like this app. I like the quality. And maybe that's just your Spanish ears not picking up English words. Maybe it's not me. Here's the truth of it. The truth of it was this app was killing itself. It was self-inflicted wounds. They built better audio into this app than Fanbase, than Twitter Spaces, the chat, all of those things. The audio quality for this app is fucking intense. It's amazing. And then they didn't understand what to do with it, so they just kept doing all these fucking dumb things. Do you guys remember asynchronous chat? The rebranding, everybody was going to come here and they were going to leave everybody voicemails. Do you remember that was their plan?
You know, when they did that, right?
Read a full conversation that we had every single time we put into the app, and people were like, it was just like people were mad about it.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. The reason why they did that is because they needed to isolate our voice so they could create services that did it really see that instead of just yelling at people and everyone's there. You isolate and train them all the
That would make sense if people had used it. The problem was that people weren't using it. People left the fucking app and people that stayed refused to use it.
I'm just saying, once somebody said something in the chat, we're talking about the mascot for Clubhouse, and I agree with the person in the chat who said Veronica Marshall should be the mascot for Clubhouse.
Not too much on Marshall.
No, I love when he gets drunk. It's fucking hysterical. He's like, dude, you shut the fuck up. You go to the fucking audience. And I'm like, I love this.
Stop messing with Marshall.
Yeah, I think, the insults to Marshall, it's one of the nicest guys. Yeah, but it doesn't stop you from talking shit. It's retarded.
Yeah, everybody else been drunk in this app. I was drunk in this app, and I have cried, and I have whatever. I remember that for years.
Marshall can laugh with you about it. I don't care. What I'm pointing out is that Marshall, like, you guys get these rooms and talk about politics, but most of you don't live that shit. Marshall lives that shit, and then he's got to sit there and listen to people that probably don't vote. Almost guaranteed have never donated a dollar to a political campaign. Fucking damn sure never volunteered any of their time to do anything. They don't get involved. And I'm not saying that there's nobody else but Marshall that gets involved. Clearly there are people. But the vast majority of the people that criticize Marshall have never walked a day in his fucking shoes. And in fucking shows.
There was a lot of was like, I forget exactly what I said in the chat. I was like, I think some of you guys just want white people to take accountability for being racist, and it's like, you guys got your, I forgot what it's implement, but your network director, your math wrong or something like that. It wasn't for, to know whether that I got removed from the space because I was like, we need to start, I said something about we need to start a club, or we need to start a house, blacks are racist and things like that, and Pepe was going off in the room, like he was like, and he was calling people like,
We don't
Black bitches, black hoes.
My solution is we'll show you
but I just remember this.
Do you subscribe to him? Do you not subscribe to him?
listen to this. Because it's gonna educate about Adam. If we're gonna talk about opinions, why don't we do this? Why don't we play?
Well, you said ginger. This is like a UK.
It could be ginger, but it's a hard R, so I think it would be ginger.
And it's an A. Yeah, it's probably just your accent.
Yeah, but look at the word ginger.
I know you exactly said it. I couldn't I can't, that's one of the other rules. I feel like there was waves of like, things that would happen on Super App, like, the error when they try to get all white people to, be accountable for being racist. That era was,
The best ever was Breyer. Breyer was the most sanctimonious motherfucker on the app. And he did a fucking, he did a house called Debate Dojo. And he was gonna train people how to debate properly. And he did a room about CRT. And he was this white left, he's the white left that wants to cater for all these issues. And he thinks he's so fucking knowledgeable. The black community came in there, they know that you're not qualified to speak on this. And then they did a room where they were talking hell shit about he stands there and he was just like, I'd like to learn, I'd like to be a better ally. And like he just continued to kiss their asses. They told him basically they told him that he was a piece of shit. And he continued to kiss their ass. Like he went to
I was afraid that that was a backdoor troll, but he was dead ass.
Friends, you only got moved to the audience because this is a black place.
But wait, black, well, I'm black.
There's only one spot for one black person on the stage.
Hey, why don't you guys shut up? This isn't a Pepe room. For fuck's sake.
You know, that reminds me of the time when, like, everyone, like, Grant Cardone was, like, black things, right? Because he was like, oh, yeah, so when I sell my body to black, everybody was mad at him.
Wait, so I was there was a ceremony that they had gone and they had like posted about that they were
Does your man meet?
all this celebrities and stuff he's had in his space, but he doesn't give any contributions to any black schools, any HBCUs, any black movements, any black this, any black that. And Grant came off and he was like, I give a contribution to black people every day. And then that's when he said what he said. And he was like, so then Cindy Stumble was like, well, what do you mean? Like, what are you saying? You have to dumb it down. And that's when it became like a big thing where he was like, yeah, he was like, I dumb it down for, for people to be able to get it. And
I think he's an inspiration because
Oh my god, I gotta close my mic and listen to this.
I've spoken a couple of times to him and we found that in chat.
yeah. So I think Grant's a great inspiration because like my first experience of Grant Cardone before all that was I seen an interview that he had with Black TV, and he was talking about how he got into making the money that he's making. He said he first started off, was it like a three? No. It was basically it was a home. He started off with like a home, and then he built that up into where it became like condos.
Wrong. That's all later. He got started selling fucking cars, and then he got good at selling cars. So then instead of being a car salesman, he became a consultant for car dealerships to go tell people how to sell more cars. And
They gotta wind it back a little further about when he became clean. Because he told that whole episode too.
yeah, when his business career, everybody's got a different starting point when they found out about Grant Cardone. You can go back into YouTube and see videos of when he's doing trainings with car dealerships. He probably is fought to get some of that stuff taken down because he was so fucking cheesy. It's just terrible. He's like a snake oil salesman. But I don't complain about the people that like him because there's some people that like that shit because they don't know how to sell and they think that that's what selling is and they think that somehow that if they just do what he does that they're somehow going to be successful. If he was as good as he says he is in any of these things, right? Selling cars, if he could sell a lot of them consistently, he would have continued to do it. He would have started a dealership. He would have started multiple dealerships. What he wanted to do, when you get into consulting, it's a hit and run. You get paid for your consulting, and you're no longer accountable for the success. Because in a business like that, there's so many car dealerships. You just go from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. He was like running from his problems. He got it. He did make some smart. If you have leverage, you can make smart. I don't think there's anything special about it, but I also don't think there's any harm in what he does without buying real estate. And the one area where I think he's probably going to get himself in trouble, and John was sure you're people like, who didn't buy the place? I probably shouldn't say it out loud. Maybe I'll try to say it right now. Maybe I'll try to say it, but the truth is that the investment, the dollars that he's asking people to give, he's not an accredited investment. And so I do think that there's a good chance he could get in trouble. I wouldn't go as far as to say what John Bashir said, despite the fact that I share the same sentiment about Grant.
So,
Yeah, but I think not the plan they did is more basic commercials, just like everyone, like shooting sex and everything. He is basically, I don't know what follow through this, but he is basically trying to pre-qualify people now because he's basically telling them you have to call up or fill out a form to see whether you're even qualified to, be an investor. So he apparently is doing that. So he is like vetting whether they're
it's kind of like leaves or that's you have to kind of remember to he goes off of what he knows is a trending thing.
This guy's like I was in the business, so I know a lot about credit investment and a lot of things. Okay, so I didn't know, okay, but so he is doing that. I don't follow what any stuff. So I don't go through after that to find out why he's asking them what he's doing. But it tells me that he's at least going through a process trying to vet out ones that aren't. But let me finish. One of the other things that people need to realize is that the government has liberalized the standards for accredited investors somewhat. So a lot of people who 20 years ago wouldn't qualify, not because they got wealthier, they were the same static number, may now qualify because there's things under the Jobs Act. There's other ways of, depending on what you're raising, how much you're raising, of getting people who wouldn't necessarily be qualified as accredited investors 20 years ago can now go into these things. It's a very complicated situation.
So here's his process. Okay, he will he will see who's qualified as an accredited investor, which and you're correct about the looser definitions, but essentially the traditional definition you have to have an income of over $250,000 a year, or you have to have $1 million of liquidity to be an accredited investor. If you're on Clubhouse, you clearly know, I think anybody with fucking common sense knows, that this is not the most fertile hunting ground. Despite how everybody claims to be rich on this app, this is not the most fertile hunting ground to find accredited investors. So here's the part that you might be missing, kid, is that if you don't qualify, guess who he tells you to go and talk to?
Yes.
Andy. No.
His partner.
Has a partner that has a different fund that doesn't take accredited investors and that will allow anybody with small contributions to join the fund. And so he starts this funnel. It's all about a funnel. And like it's a hot mess, but when you start unpacking it, the guy's a fucking crook. The guy really is.
Sounds like a shady person.
To get your money either way, right?
Well, but the reason why they call him a crook is because he literally had a lawsuit where he was being sued for that same exact terminology or like criticism, and he beat the case. Like he proved that he wasn't a crook in that lawsuit.
No.
So it's like you think that when somebody beats the case that it didn't always in their favor because there are some
Friends, how much money have you invested with Reaper?
First of all, there's so have no money to invest. That's the
No, I'm just saying like a couple $100 in one of his courses or something.
I'm gonna be honest, like he's always been like a good guy to me, and
He went to the seminar and he bought his book.
I honestly I haven't invested any dollar with Rick, but
Hey, look at his nuts.
And how has he been a good guy to you?
the advice that he gives, you know, I
Specifically to you.
it does. So basically, he helped me.
You know who will give you better advice for free? Graham Stephan. Just go to YouTube and look up Graham Stephan.
With Graham Stephan, because I can communicate with Graham. I can have conversation. I can things that I'm skeptical about. I can ask him.
But that's not fully to
So
you.
I appreciate that, and because I've seen him be accused of many things that haven't been proven in the court. You
This
know,
guy's in thousands of dollars.
Okay, but so let me finish saying
Yeah,
that.
no, hold on. This guy probably fucking pushes the broom at fucking Cardone and Press.
Well, let me just say this. Just because like you see somebody who wins a case doesn't mean that the other side of that, the other party,
Yeah, look at OJ.
there's sometimes there's cases that you'll see where people they lose a case, but the decree will go with prejudice or without prejudice or whatever it takes. He may have a victory, but it may be a victory with a lot of prejudice behind it. But I also want to say this too, because I don't know if you guys know this. So Jonathan Bink comes into the room one day and we're having this whole conversation or whatever, and there's this video that's dropped, right? And it's of Jonathan Bink meeting up with Grant Cardone, and he almost instantly, upon like just initially walking up to him, like tucks a stack of money in the dude's hand. And it was the transaction for me. It was the way that transaction took place. It was almost like
I'm paying for your attention. It literally screamed desperation. But, I kind of just sat back and, I'm a person who, I do the opposite of what he's saying is like, we listen, we don't judge. I mind my business and I judge very heavily. And, so as I listen to the relationship over the next, few months or whatever, I kind of learned that there was a lot of like dick riding and a lot of individuals who were giving heavy contributions into grants, whatever he got going on, right? The various things that he got going on. Grant never once came back to the application and actually uplifted these individuals. Never, not once.
I'm gonna say,
And you, go ahead.
Jonathan being like is very successful in service.
I know that word. I know all of them. I can call them right now.
This guy's been in an audience about 10 times in Million Marathon and
You're not
everything.
you're not new to that. I can call Nelson, Jonathan, I can call them right now. But my point being is that Grant specifically throughout his I'll call it social relationship with us in the Million Marathon, went to go talk about these uplifting moments that he had with a lot of, wealthy men in the Black community. I'll let you share that after I'm finished, but let me just say this. We watched in real time here on this application a man that we all know, Jonathan Mead, slide $10,000 into Grant Cardone's hands as he's going in for the shake, right? Upon initial meeting him for the first time. And he kind of bragged about this because it was like a bet or something that they had going on, but the bet was irrelevant to the actual transaction of this in real time watching it, right? The bet really had nothing to do with it as you're watching this video. You wouldn't know that this was about a bet unless you knew Jonathan, unless you knew the situation that took place before this. But it was this video and this transaction that kind of led its own segue into this social exposure of Grant Cardone. Here was a real person in real time that was giving him $10,000 on the spot. He could have utilized this application and utilized a wealthy man like Jonathan to actually give a real live example of what it is to lift this person up into what he says he could do for everybody else. This was a given. Jonathan literally threw himself on the table for him to be the example, and Grant never took that. So now all of the feedback that you've given about Grant, Jonathan, Nelson, and on, what do you think about that? Why do you think that there was such a heavy missed opportunity? We were all here to witness it. Why don't you think Grant took advantage of it?
Well, I think you were skeptical because of the amount of the transaction. But in all reality,
There was no skepticism in the transaction.
Jonathan's business has nothing to do with anything that happens on Clubhouse. Neither Nelson.
Okay, but you're not going to answer the question. So just don't even be fun. If you're going to do the do-si-do, and if you're going to do all around the mulberry bush, I'm the one who's going to pop the least one thing. If you're not answering the question that I'm asking you, Jonathan B, there's no skepticism in what I'm saying. Jonathan handed him the $10,000 in cash.
He was
Right on the spot. Regardless of what it had to do with anything, Grant could have taken this $10,000 and said, hey, listen, with this, I'm going to put you into this, this, and this, and this that would equate one of my members coming in with $10,000. Why don't you think that he moved an example out of Jonathan, where Jonathan was literally putting himself at the forefront of saying, hey, make me an example. They were rooting. I mean, if you were in the Million Marathon and I was monitored every day, you heard it. You heard their relationship. You heard them driving in the jet. You heard them going to places together. Meeting up and doing all that.
Okay, so when it comes to the lawsuit, right? Grant Cardone spent over $1 million in the lawsuit, right? He gained nothing from the lawsuit.
You didn't get an answer.
follows me back on this application, he follows me other places as well. I've actually purchased, I know people who and I'm cool with that. And listen, I'm very happy with cool with that. But you're not answering this question for whatever reason, like we know that you're not as invested as you claim you guys are.
Okay, so with the lawsuit, Brand spent millions of dollars in lawyer fees.
The lawsuit didn't have any business.
Hold on. Everyone mute up. Everyone. Listen, there's two things happening here. Prince is trying to talk about something, like maybe you laid out what you're saying, and Prince is ignoring every word you're saying, and then talking about the lawsuit. He's ignoring every word. So, Prince, do you want to respond to what Angel said, or are you just going to bloviate about whatever the fuck you want to talk about?
I'm responding to what she said.
Okay, great. If you don't respond to what she's saying, I'm going to think that you're not serious about having your conversation, and I'll just move you to the body.
We want to have a conversation. But I just want to say,
Respond to what she said without demanding that you want to insert this other item that has nothing to do with what she just said.
Yeah, talk about that later.
okay, so what she's saying is that she feels that Jonathan B was to so infatuated by Grant Cardone that he just paid him $10,000 to have him in his presence. Like the thing is, like,
No. But let me do this for you. I'm just because you sound like a young man. I'm like old, so I'm gonna have patience with you. I'm gonna say it one more time. We all knew why Jonathan was giving Grant this money. This had nothing to do with my feelings. This had nothing to do with what I was thinking.
like
There was a bet that they had. Jonathan was going to be Grant in person. And the first thing that he did was upon the invitation of that first engagement of meeting Grant Cardone in person, he gave the money as he went in for the
what was the amount?
engagement.
What was the amount?
$10,000 in cash right there on the spot. As we literally Jonathan recorded it.
It's $10,000 a month.
Doesn't matter whether it's a lot or Grant Cardone has it. He tells you verbatim, I have something that you could buy for $1. I have something that you could buy for $100. I got something you could buy for $200, $300, and so okay? He says this verbatim. My point being is if Grant Cardone is on a social platform like this, and
Hold on. No, I want you to shut the fuck up. That's what I want. Matter of fact, you're a fucking retard. The idea that you think that all of these people that you just named are multi-millionaires, you're wrong. Their net worth is a lot less than you think. And you don't know them. You know of them because of the interwebs. Don't be such a fool. Let's carry on with a different conversation. That guy's fucking retarded. Well, you were fine. He's just fucking a retard. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's a fanboy from fucking Clubhouse, and now he wants to dick ride everybody and pretend that he's counting their money.
yeah, he got me with the he did so much for me statement. I should have stopped there, but I went because he said it. That's appropriate to ask him this question. You know what I mean? This man could have given this entire application a real life personal example of, and these people who you know, was Roger people froze the That's true. He could have. I mean, he had plenty of fucking opportunity, but the fact is that
Honestly, what it sounded like with him, it sounded like an infatuation. Like I'm guessing Greg Cardone was on here. The way I understand, he would go and talk to people and say the shit. It sounded like this guy came up and probably asked him a fucking question, and Greg Cardone gave him some advice, and now it's like somebody meets like a famous fucking female actress.
and we'll talk about like kind of like intertwine this conversation about season one because that's exactly what happened. There used to be this fucking woman on this application called Forbes Friday, and she was one of those people who took people like this young man right now, and she would buff them up. You know, like you don't know who you don't know me, but I've been next to Grant Cardone, and she drops her YouTube video talking to Grant Cardone. I've made $1 million with my little toy Stephanie.
Wait, hold on. So, the Prince, what was his name here? Prince of the City, the fanboy from Billy Marathon that doesn't know any of these people, says that he can get them all in here right now. He said, I can get them here right now. Who should I bring? How about this? Bring any of them right now. I'm calling your little $5 ass bluff. You don't fucking know them. You know nothing about them, and you can't get them here right now. Matter of fact, here's a little wager. If you can get them here within the next 30 minutes, it's 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. If you can get them here by 2 a.m., I'll put $500 in your cash app. Let's see if you can do it.
That's what's funny. Like the delusion that he has. It's like he spoke to all the time, but now he's like pretending like he's like friends with him, like having a right or like any minute. You know, like it is fucking delusion.
Yeah, so at 1:30 a.m. on Pacific time, he's gonna call Grant Cardone, a guy that he's never talked to in his life other than being on a social audio app and talking to him in a room. Something that all of us have done, but nobody fucking brags about, except for the guy that's got nothing going on.
Roger, what are you gonna do when Grant Cardone comes on here and he's like, hey, come on.
Well, first of all, if Grant Cardone comes in, he's gonna find out quickly that Grant Cardone knows most of the people on this stage more than he fucking knows that retard.
No, but I'm just saying that, okay? Look what these guys do.
Listen, I would gladly give this guy fucking $500. We'll call it reparations.
He came up with the $5 like that, like third nephew, or some shit like that. He's like, okay, he's like, my mom's fucking get a boyfriend or something, you know, like whatever. But yeah, Angel looks like it's all sorry. They're talking about like some 1980s fucking secret actor. You know, they're like the cousin of this person.
Have you ever seen Grant live stream himself in his office in Miami or wherever the hell it's at? And he does his dry erase board, and it goes on for hours and hours, and he's yelling at people. You know, he's basically instructing people in the studio, and the point is, most people don't realize that it's an EDU scam or a BizOp scam, and it's just a recurring subscription to get access to his university. So, you could call it a scam, but it's like me charging people to go to my YouTube accounts. It's the same stupid, back end where it's a digital library of his fucking conversations, and it's like, oh, that's the university, huh? Wow.
Actually, you know what I would do if I was this guy? I would message one of these people you're talking about, and I'd message it like if he's on, happens to be on Clubhouse, like fucking send him a message and be like, hey, these two people are betting $500 each, $1,000.
No, Rich. What he should do is he should just say, hey, Grant, I'll pay you $250 if you get on Clubhouse right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he wins the bet, if Angel says she'll match it, it's $500, and you get $1,000, I'd be messaging these guys. I'd be like, listen, I'll give you $1,000 or $500. I'll sell it to you.
But keep in mind, here's a guy that's never fucking talked to Grant Cardone. So even if he sends a message to him on this app or on Twitter, right? Grant's not fucking taking that call at 1:30 in the fucking morning.
Roger, I think the solution comes out that he may have talked to him. Like when Grant was on stage and there was like, they were bringing people to ask like questions, and he was like, Mr. Cardone, can I ask you about this investment thing? And Grant was like, yeah, young man, let me tell you about this. He's like, now he's so fucking infatuated.
Like, don't forget this guy. I swear to God to you, I can see this guy right now being one of the ones who would be in our scenes where Grant Cardone is on stage. He lets this guy up. He comes up with his pen and his paper or his notebook in hand, and he, poses this question to Grant, and with every breath he has, he's like, every word that comes out of his mouth. Because there were people like that when we watched it in real time. Like, I don't want to say feel sorry for the kids, but
I think he's a little off himself. But Prince, if it makes you feel any better, I get to speak to Donald Trump for like 30 seconds and say all the single woman in his rally shaped with this, So, well, no, like, come on in, Don.
Well, don't forget, Grant Cardone did have a sit down with President Trump and conducted like a 1 to 3 hour interview with him.
Hey, I got to talk to him for like 30 seconds. He's like, do you like San Lucio? I was like, yeah, I love it, sir. He's like, thank you for everything you do. He's like, okay, cool.
I don't know if you know who Ty Lopez is, but I had a YouTube account. Yeah. I had a YouTube account where I was recording all of their advertisements. And Ty Lopez was putting out that he could get you 15% monthly yield if you were to join him in buying depressed brands that were completely undervalued and ready to be turned around in the internet age. It was like Shoe Barn and all this other bullshit. But basically, it's a Ponzi scheme, ladies and gentlemen. And so Isaac Hayes, Nelson Apega, you're paying for their lifestyle.
yeah, that was definitely the Forbes Riley. There was this base, this beach queen is what they called her, and she was one of the main mods in a lot of spaces. She'd come in, and I swear to God, people knew nothing about this woman's background, but when she got an opportunity to speak, she spoke with this really high-pitched voice, and she would tell you that she could help you create the way that you were going to say your sales pitch, and she has this platform that's off the application, and you consume it, and it's $2,500 for you to have access. But today only, in this space only, she's going to give you a link, and you're going to be able to, kind of click in on that, and you'll be joined in, and you'll have a free consultation and everything. And during that consultation, you'll be given a discount. And
Hold on, time out. Prince of the City says, I'm actually a popular individual, but y'all are funny, LOL. You're also not going to look at your bet. You've got 2,500.
And she had this Zoom platform where you'd be able to, get entry to, and it was a whole bunch of people on Zoom who also were in Costa Rica with her. They paid not only to get access to this everyday Zoom, but they also got an opportunity to pay for themselves to get all the way down to Costa Rica and share this house with her and her model bus builder, 27 years younger boyfriend, who is also her husband, and she lives with her daughter. And so she's going on, one day we in this room, and she's talking to this girl, and this girl calls me. She's like, "Oh, we have somebody in the room right now. That's a wonderful story." And she was like, "If you can't come on stage," and she was
not gonna believe we have a special guest in. Everybody is gonna be so thrilled to meet her. And she talked about her nonprofit. She talked about, she said, Angel, when you're gonna be most excited because she's also from Pennsylvania. She's from Philadelphia. And she was like, I cannot wait for you to meet her. So I was excited to actually, I can't lie. I was actually really excited to come back the next day. It was kind of boring, that one hour I was with him, but I was like, I'm with the sentence, it was a pretty cool experience for me. I get in the next day, in and around the same time, and there's this black woman that's there, and she's the host of the room, and we're all now waiting for Forbes to get in this room, and apparently she had some technical issues or whatever, and she finally gets in, and she does her loud introduction, and has her doing these weird fucking exercises of breathing and doing this, and getting ready to get all their notes and stuff together, and then she introduced this woman. And you guys, I'm not gonna say anything about this woman's story, but as she was telling this story, and as horrific as it was, she talked about the experience of child abuse that she experienced from the hands of her mother and members of her family and community. And she had already gone through so much before she was even at the age of 9. I'm talking about gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, makes you want to just, bring down the flames yourself, if you could. Story. There were grown men crying and in tears. These men were putting in the chat, I can't do this, I can't. And you're obviously everybody's on Zoom, so you're watching these people in real time have this reaction to this woman. And the guy was like, I can't. I'm sorry. He said, I can't. I gotta log on. He's like, I know I paid to be here. He's like, but I can't. And then she's done with what she has to say, and Forbes immediately gets back on her microphone, and she
Hold on. So, Prince of the City said, I can't tonight, but I can tomorrow, or even having a room tomorrow. We will have a room tomorrow, but you only have 20 minutes left to collect your $500, which I knew that you would collect. But I'll tell you this, I'll give you $250 if you can get Grant Cardone to show up tomorrow. But he has to agree to stay and let me ask him a few questions. Just a few questions.
He has to show up before what time, Roger? He has 20 minutes to show up.
It's 20 minutes to get $500 from me. But if he gets Grant Cardone to show up to a room, let's say tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Pacific time, if you can get him to show for that, I'll pay this kid $250. I'll cash it.
It's not a bad if you can get in the next 20 minutes, but if you don't, if it's not the next 20 minutes, it's lost your match for this.
Yes, and here's the thing. But if you can get him tomorrow, he's got to get on stage and be willing to answer at least 3 questions.
That's very generous. That is very generous. Okay, so sure.
He says tomorrow guaranteed. Great. I can't wait. It'll be worth $250 to ask these 3 questions. Hopefully the American Party will be streaming. Even better. Okay, it's on for an hour. And 3 questions. Hopefully American Party will be streaming. We will make it a big event. I'm going to guess that this clown doesn't log in tomorrow.
No, go as fast.
Let me ask you this. We've all spent countless hours in fucking Million Marathon, right? Have you guys ever seen this guy? Ever?
No. I can't say that I haven't. I was kind of looking a little bit concerned. If I brought people up in the group, so he was different to me.
Is he somebody that you remember contributing or in any way?
I do remember him being on our stage. I do. Prince, you can confirm that you did speak to us on the platform of Million Marathon, is that right? Because that's where I think I remember you from.
actually pulled up many times. Okay, yeah.
Many times.
Not that I said it, that's what I said it earlier. I said he's probably one of those guys who talked to Grant many times and literally have taken notes. I'm not gonna ask you, to show us to PTR your notebook, but I'm pretty certain that you have one. So yeah. But yeah, he does look familiar to me, Roger.
Except, do you know anything about the whereabouts of Hunter Shackelford?
Is that like Biden's friend or something? Who's Hunter Shackelford?
She's in my PTR.
Moving to the real topic now, to real guts of it, right?
All white people are racist. PayPal me.
The PayPal me sent me out.
And she's wearing a Pepe onesie bodysuit.
Actually, some people were in the campaign eyes and mouth, but she was wearing a green dress.
I mean, it's that would be a funny little dress. I like it.
I'll see you tomorrow.
She's built perfectly for her.
That is a bodysuit, not a dress. That is a one-piece stick-me on.
Yeah, she like squeezed that and it morphed around more.
Exactly. And it has done its best to tuck. And that is a stick-me on.
Angel, is this some kind of saying or something?
Oh, the stick-me on?
No, he said, I'll see you tomorrow morning. And he said, the Grant have a good night.
Why would he say this tomorrow morning? I said tomorrow be at 8 p.m. Hopefully he's not
Maybe not being his first language.
better. Imixan, do you think that that outfit that Hunter's wearing violates any of the 613 rules?
So, not 613, the rabbis have some modesty standards for what to wear. There's a, like, I don't know if it's a biblical about, like, covering up erba, but it's definitely implied, like, no one curses his grandson because they're guiltless nakedness. They're like, modesty standards. The general rules are, like, you're not supposed to wear flashy clothing. This applies to men and women. Flashy clothing, form-fitting clothing, so it's clothing that just clearly accentuates your body, like this woman, that'd be a problem. And then with like men, it's like covering up their genitals, women is covering up their genitals, and most of the woman is covered up. Like they're allowed their forearms and like shins.
Let me ask you, you mentioned covering their ear, but does that include the vulva?
Yeah, erba, basically, like nakedness or like you're shaking, something like that. But it basically means genitals most essentially. But like the term erba of like your private body parts, it's kind of a legal status. So like a woman's hair is considered erba. Like that's her private part. It's her decision whether to straighten her hair.
I had no idea that Pepe was drawn on there. I thought it was actually.
I know it's
okay.
I totally get it.
I said the same thing when he said that shit was drawn on there. I fell at all. I said, but the fact is that I went to his picture and asked him, and they did an excellent job. I went.
Yeah, the position of the eyes and the angle, the slant is really good.
I was like, yo, why did you get that fucking Halloween costume? Oh.
It's perfect for her topic that all white people are racist, but she's not even racist. Yeah.
Yeah, this was, so you guys don't know, I do this little thing, I Yeah, that is actually really realistic. I said that would be
The
very
only benefit to this is that we're Scottish, around which one, so you guys will both agree. We also received a fat positive, video troll that they put together. You know, we're like plus size model, like we're extra plus size models. Well, Scottish. They're put through each individual one, and they're like died on such and such date. And it's like, bam, dead. It's just put through show each one. Like all these famous TikTokers and shit like that. They're like, we're big and we're healthy, and it says died 6 weeks later.
Hey, Rich,
You know, it's a
how many drinks did it take for you to fucker?
oh, there's not enough alcohol. I would like it was all you know, I'm like a 160 limit. 160. And it has to be a tall girl to be like 160. Yeah, I don't like big ones.
The Kilo would take this down.
That he would be smashed. Game.
What happens today, they made this electroshock person a topic, whatever, we try to put around the thing.
We were reminiscing about Clubhouse legends, and there's not many bigger legends than she. She is one of a kind.
And when you spend any time reminiscing about Clubhouse legends, seems to me this is one of the things going on in the world. Facebook was a legend yesterday.
Ryan said.
Her anti-pretty saga was, yeah, that was brutal.
PTR.
For her, it was brutal, but I remember it.
Dude, I got a buddy. He's like fucking 5'6", black dude. Yeah, like kind of yummy black guy. But he loves like that dude. Man, I thought he was joking. You know, he was talking about a girl like that. He thought this was super hot. And we're all giving him shit. We're like, oh, come on. It's like, no, this is really what I like. Chris teams are good at that shit.
I know it's interesting that people could be into near-death experiences like that. That makes sense.
Yes, she'll be dead next year or two. See all of it. Listen to her. That heart's on its last leg.
Yeah, her anti-pretty saga took place with, I think, kind of the nutrients from the meltdown that she had on the bone.
PTR.
She's clever.
She looks like a stuffed up fucking dog.
Dude, I was about to say on the other end, Pritzker.
I remember it was women like Hunter who gave me their confidence in this application. I remember being there.
It's actually a really sad program, right? The shirt is the reason why it is.
I posted that PTR. Sean raised his hand, won't come up. Sean, what's up? This is true. This is true. See if I can find any better photos.
Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe I can, like, understand it a little bit better if, maybe it says something like, for all that, or something, but not, just that.
PTR.
Wait, are you guys adding AI to these photos? Is that really for looks? I don't know if I'm more struck by the twin size bed or what is that on the bed behind her. If you look at Roger's picture and look directly behind her, what is that?
Okay. Here's the last one. Look at this one. Oh, why don't you come up? You're awake.
There's no possible way people could be sleeping in this room.
Oh yeah, they do all the time. Everybody on stage will leave. They just come back in. There's like 20 people in the audience.
Not with the PT, not with this PT era top left. Half the room is turning it upside down.
I'm awake and I'm on the beach. It's not midnight for me or morning. Night guys.
John's be specific.
I'm actually in Europe at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch out for the needles and condoms.
On the beach.
New York.
No, not New York. Europe.
Oh, Europe. I thought you said New York.
No, in Europe. I'm in France.
Yeah, New York's dead.
No, I've never been to the beach in New York, even though I live in New York.
Well, where you going?
I'm in south of France.
No.
So, weather's great today. So it's nice. I don't know what you guys are still up to. It's insane.
You should hop on a little boat to come see the UK for a day.
I'm actually coming to the UK for 2 days in August and then back again to the South of France.
I actually came in here earlier so I could fall asleep, but I don't know.
I don't see any of the chat on YouTube. Like, where am I supposed to look to see the chat on YouTube?
On his page, the reason that I came up is I didn't see either if it was streaming or not. Just saying.
I did click the link. I can't see it.
No, I heard it now. Let me see if I can actually see it. Yeah, it's there. I'm going back down, guys, or keep me quiet.
Roger, you're still there.
Yeah, I'm here. I was looking at YouTube. I still can't see the comments.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just like everything went dead silent. I was like, you're not hearing anything. Everything's good.
Still
He's running. He's not told there's no way he ever got elected. It's not a-
Why not? I think it's the same thing. Why couldn't people get out?
This is insane. I mean, have you gone to his YouTube page and watched all the stuff that he's been posting, even of himself doing weird things, like watching 24 films that are being streamed all over the internet? I mean, it's insane. I mean, he's even more insane than Trump. I don't like Trump.
Yeah, because you don't really know him.
You love
I think he's doing stupid things now.
He might be doing some good things, but then he's putting other people's lives at risk, so that's not right. I don't know, because he's going into rooms where there are people who don't want to know people to know who they are in terms of the countries they come from. And I don't know, I'm talking about rooms where, for example, let's say the dysphoria of Iran are in a room they're discussing. You can do that, but there's a big difference when you go into a room and you're streaming. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I don't talk very often. Let me finish. When you're filming it, a screen, and you're zooming in on people talking, if there are people listening on the internet, on YouTube, or part of the IRGC, that puts the lives of the people who are on the stage at risk who are against the IRGC. They can, but on the same note, they may not because there's so many rooms. But they can go back to this YouTube page all the time and see it. Anyway, I don't want to discuss this. I don't want to be online, so I'm not discussing it.
And I urge you to see each one of those guys getting 20 to 30, 20 to
But just call me a minute, sure. Seriously.
It's the person that just happened with the money.
I just don't understand why they it's true. And like this is like a private movie. Nobody can get there. Someone will be stuck his way there. It's like this getting information. I can get that, but RGC could just make them back out. We have to send the word right now. Check with them in the paper. That's what I've done. Times I urge you.
Okay, so if you were there to see you would be on Clubhouse.
Well, no, I wouldn't put up the same in for scenario where she's saying that RGC is going to be, which I think would be the crazy thing.
Actually, there's one person that I know personally who comes into these rooms, who everyone knows, who is actually tormenting her family and her birthright because of No, I don't think he is. I think he's just the same. But when there's stuff on the internet, it's easier for people to find out information, especially when they have your photos. That's my photos changed. Now it's a photo of a dog. You want to find and as Mojo knows, I don't normally come up on the internet. I don't come up anymore.
Why don't you back up? This is your thing? You don't back your women? So
Thanks, saved my time.
Hey, there's the piece of shit about it.
Let's leave it out. There's a couple ways. You guys, anybody on the mob bench, anybody looking to keep this thing going? Take that as a no. Alright, different people. Why you got some more? Good night.
unmute you. I know you were trying to unmute your mic, but we couldn't hear you.
Oh, I think I'ma shake the table.
No, when she said, hey, are you trying to read me, sis? And he said, yes, bro, I am. But she's funny. But yeah, she's not nice.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, do you think she's like she really see as a housewife of Atlanta person?
I don't know if she fits, if she may be a little declassé for that group, but she would be funny. Yeah.
They fake clients anyway, so
Nah, but she don't even, she can't, yeah, she's more of a love and hip hop girl.
Yeah.
She not, but she would be funny. I think it would be hilarious, but no.
Yeah, I think the founder would do better from Slutty Vegan. Well, they mentioned that both of them will be on the show. Yeah, she will do better because I just feel like she is Atlanta and she's been in Atlanta a long time and she is a wife and
I think she's from New York though.
I think I heard that
Yeah, she went to Clark.
that she went later on to Atlanta.
She kinda came down around my time. So she like I mean, we're in Atlanta.
She went there for high school, for college.
College.
Yeah, so she was later on.
Yeah, she went to Clark, but a lot of people.
she was from Maryland.
I know she's not from here.
I'm gonna check right now.
I thought she was from.
I know she went to Clark.
She is Dr. AG, she is from Piedmont.
Yeah.
I thought she was from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Huh?
She was
I
born
thought she was from Brooklyn.
I thought she was. Yeah, I believe she's lived in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I know she got a slutty vegan there.
Cole was born and raised in Baltimore. Her parents are Jamaican immigrants.
But I don't know if she may have lived in Brooklyn, but I know she's from Baltimore.
Her mother is a wealthy
She's saying, yeah,
Yeah, that's what I said, Piedmont.
she's confirming what you said, Doctor. Oh, yeah.
No, I was wrong. I knew she wasn't from here.
Oh wow, her father served prison time. 20 years. And then he was deported to Jamaica. She went to Clark. She was in a sorority. Then she moved to LA. Then she moved to New York. So she did some acting in LA, and then she went to New York to work in a television, doing production for a television show. Okay.
Yeah, like a few years ago, she was the commencement speaker at Clark, and she gave all the graduates like their own, thanks. She's a really interesting person.
She has 3 kids.
She was on Instagram the other day talking about somebody stole her Bentley. If we think somebody riding around Atlanta in a black Bentley, let her know. Like, the black Bentleys are like 12 cameras in Atlanta. Like, that's.
And if they take off the plates, how you supposed to know whose car it is?
Yeah, and she was something like they got thought you was it's the lady with this red hair. I thought so too.
Oh, look, you got Pearl on stage. Y'all showing out this week. Y'all been acting really cool. I like it. Oh, God. What else is going on? I'm having brunch with Summer Lee tomorrow. Yeah. Really? What y'all talking about? The revolution. Oh, okay.
Did y'all hear about? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Did you hear about what?
The man who painted a bridge who painted a tunnel under a bridge. And people ran into it.
Yeah, did they catch him?
No, they still looking for his ass.
It looks like it's a real intrigue.
Bro, be looking at the damn no, they didn't.
It's not funny, but it looks like is it Bugs Bunny or Wicked?
Yeah, it says Roadrunner and he painted Road. No, his Roadrunner is literally painted on the side. It's a tunnel and it has Roadrunner painted on the side. Yeah, on the side, like right on there, like pointing, like go in here.
Are these people new to the town or what?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
How would they not know? Like, and then you see a Roadrunner on it? I thought that was crazy. I was like, okay, maybe they're visitors.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think he was in, it don't look like it's in America.
You heard what happened this week? It's not. Is it recent? I thought this happened a while back.
I think it happened this year, but they're still looking for him. That's why I guess they're keep running a report, but they still haven't found him.
You heard
I want to tell you, this lady just walked in front of her car out.
He just lets us. I answered the phone to talk to him. He starts laughing at me. What the hell are you?
You heard what happened to Speedy Gonzalez, right? Speedy Roadrunner.
Was all that stuff racist, like Speedy Gonzalez and stuff?
Well, he got picked up by nice. And that Ricochet Rabbit helped. You know, bing, bing, bing.
You go back and look at some of those old cartoons. I got like was Warner Brothers classic that I used to play in the car when driving, road trips with the kids that I thought was cool. Man, some of that stuff does not age well, to say the least.
Yeah, Speedy had a mean tag.
So culturally, I just found the thing that said that wasn't true. It was crazy.
I'm looking at this lady car too. What is it on the, do you see the picture of it? Do you see the picture of it?
Oh my goodness, this whole time I was talking, I was reading an article on mute. Oh no. My bad. My bad.
first reported and debunked in 2015.
Oh man, let me know about that. No, thank you, Dr. Curry.
Yeah, I can't believe everything you're reading, man.
How can we just consider the source?
Did you see the picture? And you done playing Duck Duck Goose?
Yeah, I saw it. But the picture, they said that they created that.
Oh, and
Yeah. That the painting was real and they created the image of the car. They used, they created the symmetry to make it look like the car had ran into the thing. But Snoops, the fact-checking website, checked it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good luck with your BMW purchase. It's the ultimate driving machine. It will give you a thrill, especially if you get the manual. Be advised, BMWs are like women. They need a lot of maintenance. You have to really, treat you like a woman. Then they run like a beast if you treat them like a woman. Yeah, like a beast. Anyway, good luck.
Open up to the stage. Point. Long time, point. Pardon me.
What was that about the Oklahoma schools?
Oh, I was trying to let Robert finish. He gave it.
Oh,
yeah.
my God.
I was like, who's next?
Yeah, piece of the space. I heard Point's voice, so that kind of, that just my attention went there. But
Not Point's voice makes you guys excited.
That was crazy.
I didn't say excited.
You said bird.
Doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
He has that same effect on me. You had that same effect on me. Don't worry.
I'm gonna say this.
It's the content of my character.
Let me tell you, Point.
Who was it with the Oklahoma schools?
Me, I was trying to let Robert finish. But
Point.
But the hello already landed. Now it's going off somewhere else.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell Robert to shut up. I'm like, what do you want me to do?
I know. I'm gonna shut up. I'm zone. I'm going on.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know what to say. He was still talking. So, Oklahoma schools are now teaching that the 2020 election was stolen.
Oh, great.
The superintendent has added that to the curriculum. That is crazy.
Isn't this the same guy that was caught watching porn
Shut
a couple
up.
of days ago? Yeah.
Oh, so maybe this is a
Wasn't it
distraction.
Oklahoma?
The superintendent of Oklahoma.
Yeah, what's his name?
Let me pull it up. I think it's Ryan, though. It was like Ryan something, but let me pull it up.
Okay.
And it's Ryan Walters. He's the one who did the Bibles.
Yeah.
That's
That's
He
him.
was under investigation.
He's the state superintendent of public schools. Yeah.
Yeah, for the state of Oklahoma, and he's also the one that was caught watching porn at a meeting, and the members of the board reported it, and now he's under investigation.
Let's leave it up to the states. It's not
So
about
they
me.
said,
And this man is still allowed to make decisions. It's crazy.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
I'm trying to find the story on the 2020 election. Oh, this is funny too.
I'm posting a USA Today article. Hold on.
Anyway, Robert, what were you going to ask?
I like USA Today. I'm thinking of switching them to the New York Times.
I
The
forget.
New York Times is becoming trash.
Okay.
Agreed.
Just I was
And they doing a lot of propaganda. You know,
just that's all.
They don't like my
fuck 'em.
No, they love me. They love me actually.
No, they don't.
But it's sick of them.
They stepped all over you. They just squashed your head when you came in here.
Nah, nobody squashing no heads over there. Shut things. I'm cool with that. I'm losing pretty. Yeah, so what's our topic? What are we talking about? One progressive versus
We're talking about the guy I can't find. Whatever. There's this dude, right? And he's an older guy, older cat, like in his 50s, 60s. And three of his sons were, one of them retired from the military, and two of his other sons are in the military. And I bundled him and fucked him up, beat him up. Oh yeah, whole bit. Oh yeah, the sons are serving this country diligently. It's just a shame. You can Google it. Since you have a Google department here, it's on the stage.
Yeah, I was looking at that famine over in Palestine. This is crazy.
Well, send some food over. Send some food.
We were told we know I mean I'm not sending any food over, but well, if you want to send food over, it would be good when the UN was in place. But what I found out today is that actually it's changed. Ever since Israel and the U.S. Took over, that's when the famine began. You can mark that date. That was May 26th of this year. I think I have some audio. Let me see if I can access that audio. This is a good clip.
Getting clips and articles and other.
That's how we have. That's how we have discussions in here. Yeah, that's how we run the room. Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah.
I prefer people to think for themselves and have a conversation.
Right. Yeah. Well, everybody should think for themselves, but let's give them something to put in their brains and analyze so that they think.
Oh, okay. Give them
Hypocrisy. Let me see. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna play the clip. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Clip I found it.
You have to get permission to do that. You can't violate my ears.
Oh, you could leave the room. I mean, people. We got rules, man. We don't play no long ass clips. We don't do none of that. We try to play short clips from good sources. We don't do just the regular. So this is from a great source. I forgot who it was, but I'll see once I click on it.
Are you reading it or are you gonna play it?
You interrupt me.
Why are so many being killed near aid sites in Gaza?
By the way, the source of this is The Economist. The source of what we're listening to is a report that was filed by The Economist. Okay. Here we go.
Gaza is on the verge of famine, according to a group of UN agencies. Hundreds have been killed trying to collect basic food supplies. These are deaths linked to the distribution of aid, according to reports from Gaza's health service. They increased dramatically after May 26th.
It stayed below 200 deaths.
Are you gonna read?
Hold on, because I'm
Because you're reading.
guys, listen to what I'm saying to you. They don't up to 800 on the graphic.
You're in the matrix.
What is going on?
25. This coincides with the start of aid distribution by the Israeli and American-run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. GHF was set up by Israel to replace the UN-led system of aid, which it claimed was strengthening Hamas's control over the population. According to a report from the New York Times, Israeli military officials have since admitted they had no evidence Hamas routinely stole UN aid. GHF set up just 4 aid centers in Gaza. They're all inside Israeli-controlled areas from which civilians had previously been told to evacuate. When a site is opened, a designated queue starts here, 2.7 kilometers away. People then wait for a signal, indicating they can make their way toward site. Satellite imagery shows this site overwhelmed with hundreds of people. When The Economist's Israel correspondent was allowed to observe a GHF center, he witnessed chaotic scenes.
The crowd surged forward and broke into the compound when
More than 200 charities and NGOs have called for GHF to be shut down, citing near-daily killings at distribution sites, and 31 governments, including Britain and France,
there's famine over there, and this was not supposed to happen under this administration. It's supposed to be a stop, but it has actually increased and gotten significantly worse.
We know that, Harvey.
Why you always myself up, Robert?
Well, I don't know. I mean, food in Gaza, World Food Kitchen, Chef Andre, some of us know, and some of us know Brexit is, and they killed 7 of his workers up there trying to feed people in Gaza. They were going to feed millions. So you got to go a little backwards in time and check out, I don't know, modus operandi in that area. Food. Who wants it?
Water.
Water, yeah. Food and water. Are you kidding me? God forbid they get that.
Yeah, no words.
You okay, boy?
Well, I wanted to say one more thing. I mean, if you played that, is he aware of the fact that, I don't know, thousands of Egyptian children fill bottles with rice, flour, different things, and threw it in the sea, and it was floating on the beaches of Gaza, and the idea went out in ships and boats and started collecting them so that the people wouldn't even get the bottle.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if you really want to talk about it, I mean, we can go there, but I don't think we really want to go there.
That was AI. What is going on?
We need all hands on deck right now.
Water. Stop it. It was not real. What is going on?
You got blood in the game or something?
What are you talking about, sir?
I don't want to talk about genocide. Don't get them triggered.
Girl, be quiet.
That's why not alone. Not because she didn't recognize genocide. She lost millions of votes because of that. Yeah. That's why you ordered the orange Cheeto now. Because of Gaza. But you don't understand how that's connected. But I bet you do now. I bet you do now.
That's a fact. We can't hear you, Robert.
You covered the mic. Some of these things, most of these things were just literally right in front of our faces. Right in front of our faces. None that we're experiencing. Like, when I heard it the first time years ago, certain positions, I knew right then that this was a problem. And it's really sad that it took people to be in this position that they're in now, this country being the way it is now, for people to go, like, just get the level down, like, way up in that.
What are you talking about? For most of the time you were talking, we couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh,
So,
damn.
yeah, so you're like maybe
I'm somewhere else.
3/4 into this conversation.
Alright.
So what are you talking about?
Nothing, I was just saying, like, the current condition that we see our country in, it's just like this
that situation.
Rich enough
Or no,
Okay, doctor. Okay, well, thank you. So let me frame it. I'm just saying, those that just didn't, make an attempt to just do something about it. That's what I'm addressing. Whether they be in professional capacities, whether they're in politics, whether they're in the neighborhoods, wherever. I'm just saying, I'm kind of upset with that cohort. I'm just a little upset with that cohort. So that's what I'm talking about.
What's wrong with hypocrites? Yeah, rather you act like hypocrites don't get a chance to speak. Hypocrites can speak now that they're getting there. Yeah, allow them.
Yeah, my screen is stuck. Yeah, just those images of seeing those skinny bodies up there. I guess it came across. I saw them like, damn, like that reminds me, like back in the days when Africa, you see the flies around them or whatnot. You see the skeleton. That's the images that are coming out of the Gaza Strip. I saw some.